Cody, do you want to lead us today?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Good morning. The first thing on our agenda is the consent agenda with minutes, payroll, vouchers, and a tentative budget from the clerk.
Move to approve, Madam Chair.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda as listed. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Okay, that is always such a quick situation, but Kim, if you want to get started, I don't think it's a public hearing, so we'll be all right.
You bet.
Okay, the next thing on our agenda is Kim Delvin and Jenny with Park County Planning and Zoning, Salmo Truda subdivision final plat.
Right, thank you, Madam Chair. So this property is in a GR5 zoning district. It's in the lower South Fork planning area. So we did receive a final plat application with supplemental material that occurred on March 16th of this year. We received a revised final plat on March 28th of this year. So the applicant requests approval to vacate and re-subdivide lot 20A of the amended plat of the 4-star subdivision. It originally was lot 20. He'll create, should this be approved, it will create two 5.06 acre lots. Each will be for residential use. So the history of this, originally this was 4-star subdivision that was approved by the county commissioners in 1977. On July 5th of last year, the Board of County Commissioners approved the parcel vacation and amended plat of the 4-star subdivision, lot 20, which at the time it vacated lot 20, which was 5.33 acres, reconfigured lot 20 to create lot 20A, which is now 10.12 acres. And this was all facilitated by taking some property to the north and merging it with what originally was lot 20. Of course, now we have lot 20A, hopefully split that into two lots. So this property, you can see the location. It's approximately 4 miles southwest of Cody. It's at the end of Moonlight Drive. This is a major subdivision because, again, this was originally a lot in 4-star. So we went through the major subdivision process for this property. In terms of neighboring land use, you can see in figure 3 that the property is surrounded mostly by residential land. There is an ag piece to the northeast and to the southeast, then residential vacant land just to the north of this property. Each of these proposed lots are developed. They both have a residence. They both have accessory structures. They both have Northwest Rural Water, and they both have electricity going to them. No gas, though. Gas is not close, Madam Chair. Figure 4, we have a topo map. Property is relatively, has a gentle slope from south to north. This property is not within a mile of any municipality. Of course, this is a final plat, so a public hearing is not required. We've not received any public comments since you reviewed the preliminary plat. And I think before that, I think there was one public comment. Somebody had some concerns or questions about Moonlight Drive. However, no recent public comments. So the Board of County Commissioners reviewed and approved the preliminary plat of this subdivision in November of last year, finding conditions. Those conditions, I'll just mention a couple. Number 2 was the plat. This new plat shall reference the existing covenants for 4-star. That condition has been met. Your third condition was a note on the final plat talking about water wells being approved by the state engineer's office. Your fourth condition was having a note on the final plat about the Wyoming Right to Farm and Ranch Act. Your fifth note was the applicant shall provide an approved water distribution plan from the state and from Cody Canal, that has been met. So all these conditions I just talked about have all been met, Madam Chair. Plat Review Committee looked at this plat. In March of this year, there were some corrections and changes. And then, like I said, we did get a revised version of the final plat at the end of March of this year. Final plat specifications have all been met. The applicant has provided a draft homeowners association. A subdivision improvements agreement is not required. Madam Chair, we recommend approval of this final plat. We have 4 conditions we're recommending. One is the applicant shall provide all easements as requested by applicable utilities and special districts, irrigation districts, or public agencies providing services. The width of any utility easement shall be sufficient to allow adequate maintenance of the system, but in no case shall such utility easement be less than 20 feet in width. Easements must be identified on the final plat. Our second recommended condition is the applicant shall provide the final Mylar plat to the Planning and Zoning Department to be reviewed and signed by the chairman of the Board of County Commissioners. Third condition is once condition 2 has been met, the applicant, in the presence of a member of Planning and Zoning staff, shall record all required final plat submissions, including but not limited to the final plat, the water distribution plan, long-term noxious weed management plan, other documents, of course, in the office of the county clerk and recorder, and then this will constitute release of the lots for sale. And then number 4, finally, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County development regulations and minimum subdivision requirements in Wyoming statute 185306. We're happy to answer questions. Should you have any?
Any questions for staff? Okay. Anything? What's the pleasure? Any comments from ownership or word?
Madam Chair, Cody Stotts with Engineering Associates. The developer is also on the line, so we're happy to answer any questions you guys might have.
Pleasure of the board.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the Salmo Truda subdivision final plat. Second.
With conditions.
With conditions.
I moved and seconded to approve the final plat as presented with conditions. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Subdivision's approved.
2023.
Thank you, Colleen. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you. Not yet. Just for your information, the special funding requests that are listed today and in 2 weeks are groups that the county a lot of times funds, some funds too, through the budget process. So this is their opportunity to present to us their needs for the next year. We'll take it all under advisement as each of them come in, and we'll make decisions as we get closer to the final budget. Lisa, we're a little ahead of time, but I guess it won't hurt anything if you'd like to come up, unless you're expecting anybody else with you. Okay.
Good. Well.
Okay, our agenda has Lisa Peterman with Crisis Intervention Service and Special Funding Request.
Morning. How is everybody?
We're good. How are you?
Good.
I did see the new puppy. We had the horses at the vet clinic while you were
walking
the puppy around.
She's so cute.
She is.
I love my puppy. Well, Crisis Intervention Services, as you know, we're the domestic violence sexual assault agency for Park County, and there are 23 counties, so there's one private nonprofit domestic violence sexual assault organization in every county. And there's also one on the Wind River Indian Reservation. And we all We received most of our state and federal funding through the Attorney General's Office Division of Victim Services. And our federal money in the last 3 years, we have been cut $105,000. So we got rid of, we had 5 staff positions. Now we just have 4. So we had to lay off one person during the last 3 years. And we've been doing a lot to try to plug that hole, which is quite a large hole. But so the staff, we're maxed out as far as capacity to serve clients. And, but we've been doing a lot of fundraising, the board, and myself, we've been doing a lot more fundraising, but we did get that grant, as you know, to renovate our facility in Cody. And just a quick update on that. Now we're waiting on the noise assessment. Because I know we did lead-based paint and asbestos, and we did, the soil samples and the groundwater boring. All those are done. The lead-based paint and asbestos abatement will occur during construction. And but now the noise assessment is because phase 2 of this project, when I write the grant, is to be put 2 shelter apartments in the backyard. And because this money comes through HUD, it's the COVID money through HUD. They're concerned about, we have to test for noise for residents that will be living in those apartments at some time. So that's what the noise assessment is about for shelter residents. And so we're waiting on that to get done by Tetra Tech. That's who we've been using out of Billings. To come down to do those. But then we should be able to start putting this out for bid, and we have to have 80% of the grant spent by the end of September. So, but usually most of the costs are right up front,
Material.
In the meantime, we've been running a capital campaign. We had our previous capital campaign. We had 105,000 in our savings account. And so far with our second capital campaign, we're trying to raise another 100,000, and we've raised 39,100. So we're since January, that's, pretty good. So we're just keep plugging away with all of that. But with our regular funding, just for day-to-day operations, we're still, by eliminating one person, that eliminated 60 grand, but we're still in the hole by 40 grand. So I've requested an extra $1,000. I always request an extra $1,000 from City of Powell, Cody, and just to try to keep gains somewhere, because of COVID and all of the rental apartments and how little houses selling or becoming vacation rentals, our shelter bed days have increased 900% in the last 3 years. So people that used to stay with us from 3 to 10 days before we could get them into their own living situation. Usually the 3-day people were the ones that we just got a protection order in place, and then the victim got the home through the protection order process, and the perpetrator had to move out, and then he had to find some place to live instead of, but 10 days is usually, it's much like drug court, because I'm on the drug court board. Clients have to find a place to live within 10 days. And so it used to be doable. But a job and a place to live in 10 days. But we're having people stay with us 6 months now. And then when the shelter is full, we've been turning 1 to 2 families away a month because the shelter's full. And so, as soon as I can get phase 2 done and get those shelter apartments built, it'll be great, but that's going to increase our square footage significantly and our utility costs significantly. And I've been told that in 25-26 biennium coming up, not this fiscal year 24, but 25-26, our federal VOCA money, which will mean also your victim witness coordinator, it's going to be cut all of our budgets are going to be cut another 40 to 50%. So for us, that's going to be for another $40,000 that we will lose in 25-26. So, we're just doing everything we can, which is why I had written to Dossie, and Scott is now on my board of directors. About the opioid funding that you have available. Normally, I don't know why it's being distributed the way it was, but usually any fines like that from lawsuits goes into VOCA. So, I don't know what the federal government is doing with money that normally goes into VOCA, or what they're doing with money, period.
We won't go there.
We won't go there. But yeah, so normally that money would have gone straight to VOCA, and because it's for victims of crime, and opioid creates victims and causes victims. And so that's why, I requested a seat at the table for that. And I appreciate that you're willing to consider that, but we're just losing money everywhere. And with 4 people on staff and a 7 to 9 member board, unless we have a club of like Rotary or Seroptimus, where you have 35, 70 members, it's hard to raise that kind of money every year. I know Rotary, with the show, we would generally raise 40 grand, and the Seroptimus with the wine tasting regularly raises 40 grand. But, I don't have an army of people to do that. So it's been difficult, and we're hanging in there and doing the best we can. Once we're under the contract, takes 5 years with the Wyoming Community Development Authority after we've spent the grant money. The upstairs of our building in Cody is going to have where there's going to be 3 entrances, one for clients, one for supervised visitation custody exchange. And the middle one is just going to go straight upstairs to 2 offices with a bathroom. And we'll be able to rent those out for some for some income that isn't restricted, funding. So, but that'll be, another 5 years before we can do that.
Yeah.
So anyways, we serve generally about 400 people a year, anywhere from 40 to 60 people a month with my 3 staff. And thank God my 3 staff are so fabulous and very efficient, because I rarely have to work with clients because I'm so busy with grants and fundraising and public education and public awareness and all of those, and the capital campaign and the building with the, so I just I can't tell you how much I love my staff and how efficient and wonderful they are. They're really great. So, but we keep busy, and I think we're doing a pretty good job. Law enforcement, we have really great relationships with all 3 departments, the sheriff's department, as well as both PDs. Both chiefs of police are on my board of directors. Chief Eckert is my vice chair, and Chuck Baker is my treasurer.
Cool.
So, I like to tell people that your money's in safe hands, because, the chief of police is our treasurer. Anyways, does anybody have any questions or? Yes.
Madam Chair, your funding request can be used from federal match money. What is
Yes.
the percentage?
Well, it's generally 20% was what when they require, when a specific federal grant requires a match, it's 20%.
So every dollar we give,
Yes,
Brings
it helps a lot, because we put city, county money, as well as fundraising and donations towards match. But it's nice because, right now we've been very frugal over the years. I mean, my brochures, I don't have the fancy colored brochures that a lot of places have. We do our brochures on colored pieces of paper, and we print them off on our own copy machine. And we've been real frugal over the years. So we've been able to save 6 months in carryover. And because all of my grants are on 100% reimbursable basis, we spend the money, pay the bills, submit the bills, and then wait a month to get reimbursed. And I have 22 funding streams for my budget. And so it's just this big, gigantic chessboard or, and just, so it helps to have that carryover, especially if the federal government shuts down and then federal money stops arriving. So that's been helpful to have. And so I think we do really a good job with our budget. Our budget now is, it was at one time 480, and now we're at 410. Because we just keep trying to do better with fundraising and donations as much as we can. So, as well as getting rid of one staff position, unfortunately. So,
And
thank you.
we're doing the office at the complex.
Yes, you
Okay.
are. And oh, that is so nice. I don't know if Darlene and I are going to want to leave. It's real.
Well, we might have to change the rental agreement if we know.
Yeah, I know. That sweeping view of Cedar and Rattlesnake is
Pretty cool.
It's like, wow. I stopped working remotely.
You go into the office all the time.
Yeah.
The noise abatement, you got the slumber of the auditorium across the street, you're gonna want to disturb them. So.
Yeah, we would want to do that,
Yeah.
so I don't understand it because there's an apartment building right next door.
Yeah.
But it's, it's just a HUD requirements and
Now, are you thinking about another staff reorganization then with some of the limited funds or?
down the road, maybe we'll see what the board wants to do, but we're trying to, I'm hoping to retire in a few years. So when I write the grants for 25, 26, I'd like to do a little bit of restructuring to lower salaries for the director and the assistant director, because that would save us, if I can do that, it would save us some money.
Have you been told you can't retire?
Not yet. Our board
Anything.
retreat is this Friday,
Yeah.
so we'll see. But yeah, there's, that's the only place to take money anymore is from staff. Benefits, salaries, because the utilities are just going to keep going up. Gas prices keep, go crazy. And we do a lot of transporting of clients all over the county. We help them look for jobs and apartments. And if they're in shelter in Powell and they need to get to Cody for court hearings. And, so there's a lot, we have 2 company vehicles. And it's funny because the Division of Victim Services does have grant money to buy us a new, well, I'm not sure if it's going to be a new vehicle, but they have a price limit. So we're going to hopefully be able to maybe replace one of our vehicles with a newer one next year. So but that's carved out. You can only buy a vehicle with that money.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
So your request is
11,000. Yes. Yes.
Any other questions or thoughts? Okay,
Thank you very much. Appreciate your
We'll be in
time.
touch.
Everything you do.
All right.
I'll be a little late Fridays.
That's fine. I left my jacket and I did the air conditioning.
Yeah. You never know in here.
Thanks.
Morning, commissioners.
How are you?
How are you doing this awesomely warm day? Yay, summer's here. It's arrived.
It's gonna cool off here later this
Hey,
week.
Don't tell me that. Don't tell me that.
So we're running a little bit ahead of schedule, but the
Oh,
next
do I
thing on
have
our
extra
agenda.
time then?
No, I didn't say that. yet. Rebecca Burns, Pal Economic Partnership with a special funding request. So.
Yes. Thank you, Chairman. It's always a pleasure to talk to my public funders, and I really appreciate a photo op. Thank you. I really appreciate the FaceTime, of course, and it's really good to tell you what we've done and where we're headed. So of course, I'm Rebecca Burns, the Executive Director for the Pal Economic Partnership. I have a massive board behind me. We have 19 members in total, which is a part of the packet that we represented. So they're all very thoughtful, measured, balanced people who definitely want to see economic growth in Park County for sure, and really put their money where their mouth is in practice, especially this past year. My goodness, I just want to pause and say thank you so much for your service. This has been quite a couple of years, hasn't it?
Yes.
I really appreciate that all of you have stepped up to the plate and given of yourselves and your time and talents and energy. And it has required a lot of you. And more than anything, I want you to know that the Powell Economic Partnership and the board of directors is really here to support you and your decision making that we know is really difficult. This past year in 2022, it's been like the intersection of land and people, right? All the people came. Then the landowners were like, wait, what's going on, right? And so we spent a lot of time with the county on multiple projects at this intersection, of course. We were heavily a part of the land use plan advisory committee. It was a pleasure. Thank you for allowing me to be on that committee and serve as the economic representative. I love talking to our businesses and being the business liaison, and more than ever, people were coming by my office and really sharing what their vision was for Park County, which, as we know, from the land use plan, people want to see Western heritage prevail. People want to see wide open spaces. They want to see access to outdoor recreation, and they want to see businesses for their kids, and they want to see the same quality of life that they've always seen before. They're looking at wildlife migration corridors and so on and so forth. And I don't want to put it lightly. I know that Park County is really at a crossroads. We could go the way of so many other Western states, around the Yellowstone ecosystem and just decide to build. Or we could say, hey, this is what the people of Park County want. What can we do to grow, but in a reasonable and balanced way? And so what we've done this past year is finally pushed forward the ag study. So I have a draft on my desk, which we're giving comments to. It's a back and forth with the University of Wyoming, but they're doing it for free, which I know that makes you all happy. And because obviously the university also sees the importance of agriculture and the balance, it provides a lot of dollars for the county, but it also gives those wide open spaces, the wildlife migration corridors, and access to recreation. And so we were basically the entire entity in the state. Lee, Commissioner Livingston, you really helped out and, spoke to the governor's office. And so it's a partnership, right? So we lean on you all with your influence to make some calls when necessary. And really you look to us to see, be that liaison for the businesses and see what's coming down the pipe and understanding what actions need to take place. And we really just needed to gather that data. So you'll see it within the next month or two. Very confident it will land on your desks shortly. So that was it's a big win for PEP for sure. And also the county as a whole. So with that data and with the land use plan, we realized that we really needed to be involved in a land trust. And so the past board chair and myself are two people on the advisory council of a new land trust, or a new arm of a land trust, of the Jackson Hole Land Trust, which I know you're well aware of. And it's really, they lean on us for providing them information about, the county, what the county wants, what the county needs, what the business community is looking for, and so on and so forth. And so that's a tool. Obviously, it's a nonprofit. It's completely independent. That's the model that has moved forward. But it's a tool that the county will use from now until generations ahead of time to really realize what, again, the Park County citizens said that they wanted: open spaces, outdoor rec access, and irrigated ag land. And it's a big deal because it's a really big deal because for the first time, land trusts are moving into the protection of irrigated ag land. Mm-hmm. So historically, that has been ranch lands and spaces closer to the forest. But we recognize that with the 17%, privately owned land, and most of that being irrigated ag land, to keep agriculture in check, we need to have that tool at our fingertips. So of course, PEP's at the table when things like that are really important. We have 10 programs, which is in our annual report, which you have in front of us, in front of you. In the middle, it talks about the 10 programs. We are huge advocates for the business community, obviously. One way that's coming into fruition is we are undergoing a large amount of business retention surveys. This is a pretty normal economic development practice, but hasn't been done in the past in our area. And so by the end of this year, we'll have completed 200 sit-down hour to 20-minute interviews with businesses, and they're going to tell us what they really do need. We ask for business feedback constantly. So if it's in our networking that we provide, or business over breakfast, or during the land use plan, we came up with some creative ways to get some business feedback, but we're asking them, hey, what do you need constantly? Basically, what we're hearing from them is, number one, pre-COVID, it was like, we want a well-trained workforce and we want to be able to market ourselves. That was pre-COVID. Now we're hearing we need warm bodies with affordable housing. And so obviously affordable housing is a huge piece of the mixture. It's a huge piece of that whole health of Park County for sure. So we are working on affordable housing, and there are some projects that will absolutely come to Park County because of that. So we advocate for businesses. We obviously work a lot in agriculture. One of the, obviously we did a lot in data. So we had to first show the impact of agriculture last year. Moving forward, and this year we're working on a farm to school program. So schools are an amazing resource because they're a steady market and they're interested. So we'll pilot a school to food, a food to school program this year, and hopefully expand it in the years coming. With that comes a lot of different types of economic development, which has been talked about for years and just hasn't been, the timing hasn't been right for it to be realized in a meaningful way. We'll say that. We run an AmeriCorps Vista program. So we have 10 vistas and 9 sites all throughout the county, places like the Homesteader Museum, which is county run, Heart Mountain Interpretive Center, Habitat for Humanity, which has a presence in both Cody and Powell, so on and so forth. So we have I say kids, they're not kids. They're people in their 20s with college degrees. Sometimes they're younger. They're 20 years younger than me. So they seem like children. They're coming out here and they're giving a year of service, and they're really diversifying our workforce. And a lot of times, some of these people are even hired. Like, for example, the Homesteader Museum, a previous Vista was hired full-time and is now one of your employees. So it helps fill that very needed workforce piece and allows us to give a really good understanding of, well, what are young people really wanting in a place when they come to move here? They want gyms. I'll tell you that. Everybody has a gym membership. They want outdoor recreation. They want affordable housing, and they want different kinds of housing, to tell you the truth. They're not necessarily looking for a single family home on 40 acres. They're looking for a place in a high rise where they don't have to maintain a lawn. And so all of those people who are coming out to serve Park County, they're really doing some great work, and it's all kind of noted there in our notable projects section. Moving forward, we do a lot with obviously travel and tourism. We run a visitor center as well, which basically means we do all of the advertising for the most part for Powell. So obviously we maintain a good website presence, which is also really good, not only for people spending sales tax and use tax in the county, but it's really good for people moving into town. And so we have a lot of conversations with residents who are shopping communities. They're shopping Sheridan versus Park County, and where are they going to live? And our online presence and our print presence and our website, all of that contributes to people who are making the choice to live in Park County, which is obviously balance, as we talked about, right? So it gives more money to the county and property tax and sales and use tax, but then it's a balance. We've done a ton in outdoor recreation, as Commissioner Thiel and Chairman Overfield understand, with the Outdoor Recreation Collaborative. I feel in the past handful of weeks are actually really moving forward with some of these projects, and we're figuring out the process to do so in just a quicker way. So some of this I feel like is building the plane while we're flying it, and coming from, this is my first nonprofit job. I've always worked in for-profit businesses. I feel like sometimes the for-profit model works, and developing a process and then leading people through that process, be it an ORV club, an equine club, a concerned citizen. That's probably going to be the most valuable thing that comes out of the Park County Outdoor Collaborative this year, and that deliverable is in June. Additionally, we had our own AmeriCorps Vista for the first time this past year, and we'll have another one coming up. Kieran Durai came from Massachusetts, but he evaluated a lot of experiences in Park County. He's going to give that presentation in June as well at the Outdoor Collaborative. So I hope that you all can come and understand what his findings are. He comes from a public health degree, he has a public health background. So he really looked at all different socioeconomic backgrounds and how can we get them outside and increase public health for everyone, which is really exciting. That's outdoor rec, and of course we promote PAL, and then recruitment and relocation. So if a business is looking to move or expand or come into the zip code of our school district, that they basically talk to us, and we can kind of lead them through the process. So we work a lot in infrastructure, and we've worked a lot in infrastructure last year. That's definitely going to move forward in this year too. What we're hearing from businesses, they need reliable rail, air, and trucking. I feel like we've got some good trucking companies in the county, but the rail and air need to expand. And so we're looking at some other ways that we can do that. And we have been in conversations with not only businesses, but those entities to expand those services. I think you'll hear a lot more about that moving in 2023, but we've definitely laid the groundwork in 2022 for that piece of the puzzle. One thing is, we are a unique entity, not only in the county, but the state, because most economic development organizations that are either state funded or privately funded or locally funded, they all have the measurement of jobs. We're one of the only entities where that is not, the board decided that wasn't a measurement. So we're able to do things like work on infrastructure that's not going to help just one business, but many businesses, because we're not tied to that one metric. The board really sees that overall health and well-being of the county, and that balance that we talked about is paramount. So all of the projects that we take on will help existing businesses, but mostly help more than one, help many businesses, and then foster and grow local businesses, and then recruit ones that match what our assets are. In the report that we had given to y'all that looks like this, the first page talks about asset development and economic development, asset-based economic development versus need-based. It's looking at what we've got, how are we unique more than any other place in the state or the West, and capitalizing on that. And so that really flips the conversation on its head when we talk about assets versus what we need, because things come to light about what we have and then how we can expand upon them. And that's really important to not only share with obviously our public funders, but for everyone. So it's a way for people to really feel prideful about the place that they live. This is an amazing place. Park County is an amazing place. And we have so many opportunities. It's just a question of how we're going to get there. Sure. Any questions?
One question about the makerspace. Where's it located now?
Currently it's closed, and it's located in First United Methodist Church basement. It was moved there, and then it's not operational. So the conversations last year were, how can it be sustainably funded? And so we've had conversations with multiple entities, county run and otherwise, about how it can be sustainably funded. The intention of the space is to really fill that gap between students, retirees, and what the business community needed. That was always the intention of having a place where everybody could collaborate and then innovate, right? And we still need that collaboration and innovation. That intention never went away. It might look a little different in the future. Maybe it's a kitchen incubator space that would help the farm to school program. Maybe it's maybe it looks a little bit different within a regular sustainably funded organization. Just to be real clear, the Powell Makerspace was the first one in the state. And we learned a lot with that particular one as far as how things should be funded, so on and so forth. I mean, now we have very robust makerspaces, one being in the university. Obviously, that's completely university funded, but they've baked STEM into all of their curriculum. And actually, Powell led the way in that. Where the kids from the makerspace ended up going down to the legislature a number of years ago and were pivotal in changing the requirements for STEM education. We have every single year we have a robotics team go to the international championships, not the national ones, the international championships in Houston. We just sent a robotics team down there this year. And STEM is really important in Park One. And so the makerspace kind of helps foster that in a culture. It just kind of didn't quite, it missed the mark slightly because it was the first one and it wasn't prescriptive, but we're still working on finding it at home.
Madam Chair, a few years ago, Rebecca, you probably remembered, I think you were here at the tail end. Pre-COVID, there was a lot of a push for a hotel convention in the Powell area between Yellowstone Motor and Fremont. Where is that? Is that still?
I get questions about that almost on a weekly basis. Of course, I remember that.
Where are we sitting on that?
So if you look at the Park County map server, without delving into too much information, the person who was going to build the hotel still owns the land. And that's all I'm at liberty to say about that. No, we know that we need modern lodging. It's definitely a part of the business retention survey that's asked and talked about. A convention space and modern lodging meeting space is part of that survey. So we definitely know that we need it. And things are moving forward one way or another. What will probably be the next step, because that's a completely private project now. So the public-private partnership is no longer timed out, essentially. And so because it's a completely private project, that's up to that owner who owns that land still. But our next step as an economic development organization would be to go out, and we're talking to the Business Council about a hotel study. The last one was done a number of years ago, is no longer valid. So we need to do a hotel study, which most likely will go through the Business Council. And then we'll look at potential locations and where it would best fit. So it's definitely still in the to-do list.
We didn't mention, I say we, did he receive any economic help in purchasing that land through
None.
studies or?
Nope.
I mean, maybe not buying the land, but part of it was hinged on that original study, was it not?
There was an original study, and that was done a number of years ago by a Powell citizen. That Powell citizen gave the study to the city of Powell. The individual in question, he owned that land. He never received a penny in state or other funding. The deal was originally to give back the land give the land to the city in acquiring the convention center. The hotel was always going to be privately owned.
Right.
So essentially the person owns the land. The deal never happened. He still owns the land. He never received any public funds. Yeah.
Any other questions, comments for Rebecca? Okay. So your request is 24 for this year, 24,000.
Yes, Chairman.
Okay.
And that
Okay.
last year, just to point out, so from last year's budget, the county gave 4% of our total budget last year. Every other public entity gives well beyond what the county gives, but we feel that we're doing massive amounts of work for the county to benefit the county.
Okay.
And that is for the increase to kind of try to get you up in line closer, not even close, but somewhat closer to where the other funders are.
Say it. Okay.
Yes. Good. All right.
All right.
Appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is she here? Not yet. Okay. Guess you got coffee run if you need it. Got a few minutes.
Okay.
We're good.
so-
Take your breath. We're okay.
Madam Chairman and members of the board, commissioners, we are asking for 55,000 this year. Our home delivery system has just blown up. We've increased 4,000 meals since last year. We have 52 to 60, volunteers that help us deliver those meals, but with the containers, the hot blocks, the ice packs, that cost just increases. Sorry. We're currently averaging 176 meals a day, but we've had some days that are over 200 meals. Okay. Trying to rush through.
No, you're fine. You've got time.
We currently have 9 clients who cannot afford their meals. They don't qualify for Medicare. So we provide free meals, free rides. We do have this great woman who every 3 months she gives us $1,000 to buy meal tickets for people that can't afford it. So we take them off to the side, give them a card. So nobody knows that they're not paying. So in the last 12 months, we've provided 72,834 services to, it's right around 1,600 different individuals. And also the money that we receive from Park County Commissioners helps us to meet our 20% local match for our federal and white up grants. So any questions?
My only question is, with all the increases and everything, how come you're not asking for more? Not saying you'll get it, I'm just.
So I actually have written 5 different grants that help with those costs. So
Because your request is the same as what you received last year. I appreciate the conservative and
Yeah.
as opposed to just doubling it, hoping you get half.
yeah,
Commissioner?
I helped out yesterday by buying a pie, so.
you did. Thank
Yeah.
you. I was hoping you got the banana bread because
Yes,
that's what
I
I
did
make.
get some bread too.
You got that too?
Yeah,
Okay,
And
well,
then,
I made that.
yeah, and you had the illegal balloon out in front too, so.
Oh, did we?
hopefully The city didn't see that. so. Just
It's
like-
gone now.
But again, appreciate almost being conservative, with the 55. So,
Yeah. That's good for the same thing. Appreciate everything that you're doing this year. We also just change the subject just a hair, but we also know the SLIB board and things that happened there. What's your next steps? Where are we at?
So Kathy Lenz from Senator Loomis's office contacted Tiffany Brando at the city and asked her to give me her contact information. Okay, so I'm currently working on so Wyoming Business Council, which Kristen Fong I'm going to meet with her and Tracy Morris.
Okay.
But the other one that we're looking at is put in here, but it's something that we may have to come to the city or the county commissioners with. It's the consensus one.
Yep. Okay. Okay. Well, we're at this point, we're still holding that spot and we'll see what happens or how this stuff transpires over the time frame that we have those funds.
Okay.
But I just kind of wondered where you were. And
Yeah.
I'm still working.
I just applied, I reached out to AARP.
Mhm.
You have to get an invite to apply.
Okay.
So I've reached out to, their mission statement and ours just pretty much the same.
What you need. Okay. All right.
It would be 100 to 150,000.
Okay. So. Okay. Appreciate that update. Thank you. Any other questions, concerns, thoughts? No. Appreciate your application. Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't mean you guys. Wait.
No, you 2 minutes. We're good.
Never know what that.
You got more time if not.
Okay, it's
Back
break,
at ten
break time.
fifty.
Yep. Break time.
What was there? Somebody that wrecked out in Clark last week?
What's that?
For a request, I guess.
Whenever you're ready, Colleen, are you ready?
I wanted to pull those.
No, it's not. We're fine. You did.
I got.
That's why I didn't say anything when you came in.
You're
the
on time,
door.
you're late. My stepdad always told me if you're on time, you're late. You're late.
Should always write it. That's why I came up here at 5:10.
5 minutes early.
5 minutes or $1,300. Cause we were down my business and I said, oh, I go back upstairs now.
Okay, I think if everybody's ready, we're a little bit early, but we'll go ahead and go. And we have Amanda Munn with Park County Animal Shelter and a special funding request.
So just thank you all so much for allowing us to be here today. So joining me is Nicole Good, our shelter operations manager. And then we figured some questions may come up that I may not have the answers to. So we've asked Officer Morris, who takes care of our city contract and our city strays. We asked her to be present as well, just in case I'm not able to answer those specific questions. And then also we have Wendy Jacobs. She is from our board of directors. So if any board member questions come up, she's here to kind of represent the board as well. So I'm going to go ahead and get started. So I made a presentation with you all. I feel like visuals are very important, especially because we're going to go over a lot of things, but really with a focus on strays. And so I want to talk to you a little bit about what Park County Shelter came from, what roots developed to what it is now. Our service area, some of our community outreach programs, specifically focusing on our stray intake today, and then data and trends that we've been recording, and just what financial assistance could do for us.
Okay.
So to get us started, so Park County Animal Shelter began in the early 1990s as more of a grassroots movement. In 1996, it was formed into a nonprofit. And so at that point, it was 100% volunteer-based, and all operations were 100% volunteer-based. And it was also 100% board ran, so there were no staff members at this time. And so our mission is dedicated to the preservation of life and the quality existence of all animals under our care. And so our new facility, so we're in a new facility now, and that's thanks to the efforts of our amazing board of directors, along with this huge community-based fundraiser. And I don't know if you know how much was raised within that, but there was over $2 million raised for the construction of the building. And that was 100% community-based effort, which is amazing, I think. Now we have an entire organization, and we have 13 staff members. 6 of those are full-time. We have 7 part-time staff members. We also have a board of 9 members, so 9 board members. And we also focus on the entire Park County as our service area. So that includes all residential rural Park County as well. Some of the services that we provide. So our 3 kind of higher populated programs for rural Park County are our SNP program, our TNR, and our volunteer programs. So our SNP program provides a low-cost spay or neuter to anybody who's experiencing financial hardship and still needs to vaccinate or spay or neuter their pet. So what they do is they come into Park County Animal Shelter, they complete an application, then that application is verified with their proof of residence and then their low income status, so like pay stubs. And then what we do is we grant them this voucher, they take it to one of our partner vets, and then they're able to receive that service at an extremely low cost. We also offer our TNR clinics. And so our TNR clinics means that we focus on the feral cat population. Okay, so we go out to these sites, we physically set traps to trap cats. We pick these traps up the next day or that same day, take them into the shelter, spay or neuter those animals, and then return them to that location. The reason why we return and not just euthanize or release. So the reason why we return, are you guys
I'm sure you're hunters. You guys hunt? Yeah, okay, a little bit. So, whenever you're out hunting, hopefully you get a big bull, you take it out of the herd. What happens to that herd? So what moves in? You know, other animals move in to take advantage of those resources and then to take advantage of the breeding opportunities. And so we noticed that if we return the cats, because the same thing happens with a feral cat population, if we return them, the hierarchy remains, and we do not have other animals come in, other cats come in to take advantage of those resources or those breeding opportunities. So in our practice, it is the most sustainable thing for that population. So we feel that returning is very, very important. Anybody in rural Park County can take advantage of this program. So all they have to do is they contact us, they let us know, we put their site down on a list, and then we go to that site and we start taking care of that cat population for them.
Okay.
Another really cool program with Park County Animal Shelter is our partnership with AARP. Through the Senior Community Service Employment Program. And so this program is, I think, one of the oldest in the nation. What it does is that it provides a wage for anybody over the age of 55 who volunteers at Park County Animal Shelter that partners with AARP. So we noticed that our demographics, so we were looking at our demographics and we noticed that over 11,000 of our members were over the age of 55. And we thought, man, we don't really have a program that's specific to this demographic. And it's such a large demographic. So then we started researching like things that we could do for this demographic. We found this partnership with AARP. We signed up for it. And now anybody over the age of 55 can qualify for a supplemental wage through AARP. So that's another program that we focus on. One specific thing that we do for the community, and that's entire Park County, is we have a stray hold. And so what that means is any animal that's found side of the road, somebody picks up someone's ranch dog, they bring it into us, and we hold that animal for 5 days, and we advertise this animal on our social media channels to try and get the owner to come in and redeem the animal. Within that time frame, there are certain things that we're mandated to do. Number one is provide vaccinations, food, water. And so we were thinking, you know, what is the cost of this and is this sustainable? Because we're noticing that a lot of these animals are being brought to us and it is a bit costly. So we decided to pool the data and we wanted to see, well, how many animals are coming in as strays? So we found that there are 235 last year, according to our 2022 data, 235 animals were brought in by local citizens from Park County that were not residing in Cody, Wyoming. So this is somebody in Powell bringing the animal to us. And so then we hold this animal for that length of stay, for that stray hold, and we provide basic care for that animal. So animal control officer, last year you brought in 104 animals to us. And then city citizens will sometimes bring in animals as well. So we have that data, 141 city strays. So I wanted to see how much this actually cost per animal per day. And so I did a cost analysis. I took our 2022 data and I compared from that data. So I took our program expenses and I removed every single thing that isn't related to a stray hold. I even removed facility cost. I removed payroll, salary, wages, computer expenses, things like that. Because during the time of this analysis, I just wanted to have a clear picture of the basics. How much does food cost? How much do vaccines cost? And so what I found is that just those basics cost us about $44,000 last year. So I took that number and I divided it by our total animal intake. So that was 742 animals that we intook last year. So, because I wanted to figure out the cost per day per animal. And so that is this $59.80 right here. So it costs $59.80 per day per animal, just the basics, right? So I did not include salary and wages. I did not include facility expenses. I just included care, supplies, cleaning supplies, and that's it. And so I took that $59.80 and I multiplied it by the stray hold period, which is 5 days. And so I found that right under $300 for that entire stray hold period. And then I multiplied that both by the county and city animals that we intook. So by 235, so that's about 70,000. And then our city animals, that was about 73,000. So our total cost of providing this service to both rural Park County and Cody, Wyoming, was 143,000, just basic care. Whenever I looked at the number of county strays and I included facility costs, I included like computer, I did not include salary at this time because that percentage I feel like would take a little more time to figure out, because I would have to take a percentage of, say, my salary. Maybe I spend like 0.5% of my salary on handling the actual animals. So that number I don't have yet. So I took that, and what I found is the actual cost is about 120,000, give or take. But if I'm just looking at basic care, we're looking at about 70. Now we're thinking, oh my gosh, that's a lot of money. And is this sustainable? So we were thinking, well, you know, we are a nonprofit. We're 100% donor funded. We do have a city contract. And within that city contract, we have a $52,000 supplement that comes into us, but y'all saw those numbers. So that's significantly lower than what the actual cost is. If I take the entire stray hold cost and I do percentage of that, so only about 30% is covered by the city contract. And we're looking now for sustainability. You know, we're in a bigger building. Things are a little more expensive than they have been in the past. And so we're really trying to break down what this looks like, what this means for Park County. So we're really curious as to what our donor base looks like. We found that majority of our donor trends come from this dark blue area is Cody, Wyoming. So majority of our donors, lifetime donors, have been in Cody. And then some donors in the rural Park County area. So Powell, Meeteetse, Wapiti. We even had 2 in Yellowstone National Park, which was very nice. What we also did is we looked at the amounts. So amounts of how much funds came in last year per zip code area. And so we're looking now that our donor funds are doing this to the service area, where our service area is doing kind of this. So we're looking at where we do have a big service area to the county, but most of our donor funds are coming from from Cody. So what we're asking for is we're asking for sustainability and financial assistance. And we understand that you all, you know, you're the leadership that's involved with this. So it was really important for us to share this information with you and then start to discuss what that partnership could look like for Park County Animal Shelter and then the citizens of rural Park County. So we're hoping for some financial assistance for sustainability. However, the dollar amount is something that I think is open for discussion. And I know that it would be very important to have maybe the county auditor look at this and look at our financials and help make that decision. Because I think that as far as case study goes with other animal shelters in the nation that have partnered with the county, that process, there's a process to it to figure out the exact numbers. And I have that information that I'd be happy to share with you all whenever we start to pursue that partnership. Things that we're looking for, though, we're just respectfully requesting any assistance. We feel that supporting a stray hold period is a great way for county residents to have this municipal service
provided to them without them having to donate directly to it. We're also saying, you know, well, $70,000, that's a lot of money for Park County that has all of these other programs that they have to fund. So we are aware of that, and we think, well, maybe a percentage of that can be agreed upon. Or maybe a TNR or a SNP, the entire program could be approved upon or discussed. So we have a strategy behind all of this. Our strategy is to, number one, ensure that our impact is shared among the stakeholders of Park County Animal Shelter. So sharing our data with Park County, making sure that our data is improved. We do have some data improvement processes that we're going through right now. We also want to make sure that our services are localized. So similar to what we're doing with our TNR program, we're going to the rural areas of Park County and performing this service. And so we want to make sure that those members of those communities are aware of that. So localizing our services, making sure they know that they can take advantage of us. And then recording the data, sharing the data, promoting our data, all to help secure sustainability at Park County Animal Shelter. So we have some data improvements to do. We have to start recording data a little more strategically, I guess would be the best way to put it, more strategically to understand our impact. Also to make sure that donors are aware and non-donors are aware of these services that are offered to them. And then we also want to see kind of what portion of our services are being subsidized by donor funds versus taxpayer dollars whenever they are a direct municipal service. And so that's very specific to, say, our city contract. Only a small percentage of those funds are being targeted to stray holds versus the rest of it being supported by donor funds. And so we kind of owe it to our donors to make sure that they understand what's going on. But really that's all I have as far as information to share with you all today. I really appreciate that. And I appreciate you listening to my spiel and going through my data. That's just the world that I'm used to. I understand data and trends and how it affects.
I do have a question for you on the stray holds.
Yes.
And I see all your stuff, you know, what's coming with the social media. My question is, if a stray is brought in, a dog on the South Fork or the North Fork, and you say you do the care and you do the vaccinations type of thing, why would you do the vaccinations? Do you do that ahead of the 5-day hold? Because if somebody comes in and claims the dog and said it just got vaccinations last month, I mean, how do we know that?
Yes. And so anytime we bring an animal in, whether it's a stray or somebody surrendered it, we have to do vaccinations right away, just to protect our animal population that's already in there, because we can control that. Whereas if we don't vaccinate and we have an outbreak, then we have 108 animals on site.
Sure.
That's even more cost.
And there's no danger to the animal even if they had them a month ago, they're okay.
Yes, they're okay. Yeah.
No, I appreciate your work. I have brought in. I had that neighbor house where they opened the garage door after they moved the people out, and I ended up with 15 cats. We did find homes for some of them, but 1 or 2 of them came to you all.
Yeah.
And they were young.
I mean, that's and that's what we're here for. Yeah.
I'm not the cat. Well, but I didn't keep all 15 of them, believe me.
I guess this is in reference to your TNR program. I really have a hard time expending any or wanting to expend any funds on keeping any feral population viable.
Absolutely.
It makes absolutely no sense. If you're looking for money, you're needing more money. You know, don't spend money keeping a feral population, whether it be horses, dogs, cats. You know, I don't see why you would want to keep a feral population viable.
Yeah, and so and that's true with any animal population. And I think you know, especially with like wild game, you know, you have a culling, right? And so I understand that, where you're allowed to go out and take some out of that population.
We're talking about a wild natural game population versus a natural feral population.
Can I elaborate? Yeah.
So there's something called the vacuum effect, is what we're used to it as. But when you have a colony of cats living anywhere, they're there for, you know, resources. They get food, water, shelter. If you take cats, and this is a proven statistic, if you take cats out of that colony and you don't return them, new ones move in and they actually reproduce faster to like fill in those gaps. So it is impossible to go in and wipe out a feral cat community. Like it's impossible to move them. They're going to come back regardless. And if you don't return them, they're going to come back even stronger. So, I mean, and that's just a proven statistic in like the animal welfare world. There's been a lot of research. So trying to remove all the feral cats out of Cody is like saying, cool, we're going to get rid of all the town deer. It's never going to happen.
Yeah.
It can.
Right. I mean,
I grew up here. There weren't town deer here when I was a kid. So, no.
That's kind of like the thought, I guess, that's behind like the TNR programs is we can't remove them,
right.
but we can at least spay, neuter them. We can make sure that they're vaccinated. We deworm them. We ear tip them. So if you ever notice like an ear tipped cat, that means that we've already trapped that cat. And we have one outside of Powell that we're doing right now, where we're actually trapping cats that we've fixed already. So like we're saying, and then over the course of years, it's not a fast process, but over the course of years, we end up getting less kittens in. We have less because they're not reproducing. So, you know, over the course of 10 years, and we are seeing some benefit of it even this year. We don't have as many kittens as we're used to. So we are seeing some of the benefits of it.
Right, but what we'll see now is we'll see other populations of other animals start to increase that cats are predators for it. So we'll
like
see, and we'll see more of the mice that come in and destroy crops, those small short-tailed mice that come in and we'll just, bulls, thank you. I couldn't think of the word. So we'll see more of those. So having kind of that predator helps, especially in a rural agricultural area, helps control other populations of other animals. Unfortunately, yes, having a high population of cats, meaning you have less beautiful birds, but then that also means you have less kind of pest animals as well. So it's kind of just this give and take. And what we're trying to do is we're just trying to control that population. We're trying to keep them from overpopulating, to making it where it's uncontrollable. And then, you know, somebody has 15 cats in their garage because they don't know what to do with them anymore. Yeah. So, and we took on a house last year. It was within the city limits where there were over 45 cats in this person's townhome. You know, and so we get called for cases like that with our partnership with the city, and we take that on, and we still have animals from that site that we pulled that we're still caring for that have not been adopted yet. So
everything that you do though, animal wise, and I know in the past this wasn't the case, but currently everything you do are Park County animals. There's no trades, there's no other animals brought in from anywhere else.
So some rare occurrences. So being kind of what we are now, right? And so not necessarily whenever we're a smaller shelter, but being what we are now, where our income, our revenue, our expenses is at $500,000. So what that means is do we rely solely on Cody, Wyoming? Because according to our numbers, majority of our donors are in Cody, Wyoming.
Right.
So how do we sustain this massive building now? So what that means is partnerships with national organizations. And we partnered with Best Friends Network out of Utah. Okay. And so we act as a network partner, meaning we can send them animals that aren't getting adopted, but then in turn, we sometimes have to accept an animal that isn't getting adopted at another shelter. So I would, you know, it's kind of like a double-edged sword. We want to grow, we want to expand because the need is there. However, financial sustainability requires partnerships.
Okay.
And any animal that we end up taking or even transferring out, they are already spay neuter, they're fully vaccinated, so.
Yeah, I think it's a USDA regulation.
Yeah.
Okay.
To cross state lines. Yeah.
Madam Chair, do you also I suppose you get county deputies dropping animals off too, don't you?
So unfortunately, we don't. But we do know that just with conversations with certain deputies, they do get called constantly about it. They get called constantly. They aren't able to go out to that site and pick up the animal because there isn't a partnership. So we're thinking, well, imagine if there was, then they would be able to go get the animal and have a place to bring it, which would be our shelter.
So when we get, like, if you read the sheriff's police blotter, there's always stray animals or missing dogs and all that. Deputies respond. What's usually the deposition of that?
So have we had any deputies?
Very rarely.
Yeah, I don't think we have.
One that I remember was a veteran that was picked up on Beartooth Highway with his husky. And they did bring that dog into us. And he's since he doesn't have the dog. He's in a facility getting some much needed help. But the dog's in a good home. But that was one of the few cases where we actually had like a deputy bring an animal. And I've been there almost 3 years, and I would say maybe 3 times I've actually spoken with a deputy who brought an animal into us.
Do you also, I mean, if you're out in Garland, wouldn't you first go to the Moyer shelter and say, can you accept this? Does the Moyer shelter then say, you need to bring this to Cody? Is that what they do?
I think it depends.
Yeah.
I mean, I do know we are one of 3 no-kill shelters in all of Wyoming. So we do get quite a bit of animals in because of that. I know some people have brought in stray animals to us because they didn't want to take it to a kill shelter. Just in case that animal did end up being euthanized.
I know, but it is good to know in that sense that community members are in alignment with that mission. So they choose us over other shelters because of the euthanasia. We don't euthanize for space. So it is nice to kind of see that we are hitting that need.
When the PAL shelter gets to a maximum capacity, do they call you up and say, can you take some of these?
Yeah, and so what we're trying to do right now is we're actually trying to start a partnership with PAL shelter. So that way we could at least at minimum offer our services, whether it's vaccination, spay or neuter. And so reaching out to them, starting that partnership with them. And then if we can't house the animal, at least performing the services on it.
Thanks.
I just had a reminder, they didn't put in a special funding request. Would you like me to email it to them?
I think
We did.
Oh, the clerk did not receive it.
Oh,
We have it
My
in front of us.
apologies.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah. They, as she explained, they didn't put a specific number. They gave a range of 20 to 70,000. So we'll take a look at it.
Forward that to you.
I can do that when we're done here. Okay, all right. Any other questions, thoughts? I think we're good.
okay.
We'll have our discussions, as you know, in the next few weeks as we work on the budget, and we'll get back to you.
Excellent.
Okay.
Thank you all so
Thank
much for your
you.
time.
Thank you.
We don't need this noise maker anymore.
I don't think so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're shorter than-
All right, real bad, but.
Good
Hello.
morning, how are you all?
Good morning, we're good. Okay, so the next thing on our agenda is James Parsons with Forward Cody for special funding.
Right.
Good morning.
First of all, good to see you all. I haven't been here in a little while,
No, you haven't.
which is good and bad, I guess, in some regards. I think you have your application for special funding in front of you, and I
Mhm.
explained a number of the things that we're working on today. That list changes on a daily basis, as you probably well know. I think I also submitted to you a copy of our annual report from last year, with the regional summary of what was going on in 2022. Kind of our big capstone this year is this legacy meets orange. It just seems like it can't ever get a foothold. It's climbing a talus slope sometimes. Two steps up, one step back. But we are actually in the final design stages with this. We've been working with a consultant out of Kansas City, Kansas, that was a specialist in meat plants. He designed the genuine meats plant in Riverton. We've toured that facility. It's a beautiful facility. I think we're finally gonna get this done. Can't you hear me?
No, I'm sorry.
There's not
Part of
much
it's my
to-
problem. But
Right.
All right,
that
how's
county-
that?
That's nice.
Oh, wow. Now I just stepped into the big time, Lloyd. And so, you know, one of the things that we've struggled with is trying to determine exactly what capacity we need to build to. And what we found in the plant in Riverton is the ability to start a plant that might kill 35 a day and scale to 100 with a certain, it's called a declining rail system that allows animals to move forward at the speed in which they're being processed, not waiting for sequence and steps. We don't need to go into great detail on that, but we did get ourselves into a position where we've got this consultant working with our architect. They're in the middle of putting all the pieces and parts together with the mechanicals. The real capstone to this project is the owner of the company, Olaf Sandnes, is really committed to taking animals in and using 100% of the carcass for something that's a saleable product. I think you all probably realize that there's a significant amount of that waste stream that goes to the landfill, and that we hope in the middle of next summer doesn't occur anymore. That it's either going to be sold as a value added project, might be a liver pill, it might be collagen, it might be bone broth, you know, making use of those particular items, or it'll be a soil amendment run through a thing called an aerobic digester. I've seen that particular product or machine, and I'm pretty impressed with what it can do. And so it takes care of a lot of the problems that most abattoirs have. The other thing I talked about a little bit is housing. And I think everybody in this community is very well aware of the fact that we've got issues with workforce, and that is directly correlated to housing. Some of the research that we've done, and it's been really slow, is telling us that there isn't really an affordable way to develop housing. When you take the cost of materials and the cost of property and the cost of infrastructure, we've already exceeded what most people in the community can afford, and we haven't built it yet. And so there's some definite changes that are going to need to happen in the world of housing, and that might mean we're using a manufactured housing style. It might mean we need to be doing some different things with land ownership, and we may need to, as much as people disagree with it, we may need to have some public level of involvement in financing the infrastructure on the front end, with the owners of the property then paying it off over time through something like a special improvement district. But believe me, there's a lot of conversations going on there, and there are some substantial ones that are really focused on trying to build a house that's not just cheap, but actually affordable and able for people to afford to live in. The misnomer in the industry is you build the house cheap, but then the operating costs of it make it up. And that doesn't work for people. The other thing we're real tickled with is our entrepreneurship work last year. You guys all know John Wetzel and Impact 307 co-located with Forward Cody last spring. We worked down in our co-working space, and they've been just doing a bang up job shaking people out of the woodwork. They had an Impact 307 pitch night a couple of weeks ago. It was 35 people. Had been went on down to 5, and we've had something to do with it. Mostly it's John and his program, but we were really happy that we were able to leverage that into the community. It's also done wonders for our co-working space, which is a rent-a-desk type of an operation on the main floor of the Bank of the West building. There's 7 clients in that facility right now that are using it in various stages. You know, some are at 6 in the morning and some at midnight and in the middle of the night. So they're starting their businesses. We've incubated over 10 businesses out of that space in the last year and a half while it's been in operation. So with that, I'm going to get you back on schedule. I'll take any questions, answer anything that you want to know about.
Anything in particular? We have questions for Jane?
Scott's got to have a question.
No.
Okay.
Sorry to hear about your mom.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Well, as we know, we have the request here, as normal from Forward Cody, for the economic development portion. The request this year is 20,000. So.
Okay, I was gonna bring Bucky home because Bucky years ago asked me to maybe instead of getting a special contribution, that we just get our property taxes back.
Okay, we're
Seriously,
done.
and I agreed. Because I'm sitting here with a $45,000 property check in my little folder. So know that we have some things going and it's working on your behalf. So
Right.
anyway, thank you
Thanks,
for your
Jane.
time.
Thanks.
Okay. Nice.
Okay, the next thing on our agenda, Larry French, Larry Dodge, update on presentation on emergency food storage, which we heard from the gentleman several months ago on a proposal. We still have our emergency management coordinator looking into some things with Homeland Security, but
Mr. Mayor, I see you broke your clock again.
Yeah. Whenever we need a battery, we
What's
gotta
that?
put in a requisite.
Well, as long as the words are small.
Order a box.
thank you, sir.
And the print is big.
Yeah.
Okay.
Said the Homeland Security guys working on it.
Well, he's asking questions about other places to find out if there's other areas that have any thoughts about doing anything like this or anyone's done it. To know some ins and outs or how it worked, what kind of processes they use to figure things out, or what kind of funds are involved as far as local entities, local governments, if any of that has happened. And so far, he hasn't, from my understanding of his email, hasn't been able to come up with anything. So he's still looking at it for us, and he had to miss today. They're doing an active shooter drill somewhere. And he had to be at that. He was committed to that already. Couldn't be here today. If you'd like to go ahead with your update, that'd be great.
I noticed on your agenda, it looks like most people are here with a handout for money.
Pretty much today. We're in that time of year with the budget.
Anyway, what we wanted to do is just update the county commissioners is where we're at. We're in a transition period and we're trying to get the best information we can to put a final plan together. And so this chart, I'm going to have Andres Vasquez explain it. He's the one that put it together.
Well, this is a chart of representative freeze-dried food companies. There are many more than listed here. I just limited it to not flood you with data. The company names are the first column. The second one is the advertised number of days that they have food in their packages. Column A is total cost. B is total calories in their package. I might point out, the federal government requires all food packages to list how many calories there are, and they typically present it in servings. Servings is not a defined term. It's up to the vendor. But they do list number of servings, a somewhat squishy number, and the total number of calories. So that's what I'm using, a fixed number of calories. Ignore servings if you see it on a package. Column C is the actual cost for a 2,000 calorie per day, that amount of food. A typical family of three has a man, a wife, and a child. A man typically needs 2,500, a woman 2,000, a child, they vary in size, but call it 1,500. So a family of three has a typical caloric requirement of 2,000 calories each, or average 6,000 calories per day per family. Then I calculated from the available data, what does how many dollars does it cost for a 2,000 calorie day? And then if we wanted to have food
for a third of the county, 10,000 people, for a month, 30 days, how much would it cost to buy that food at current market prices? And you see it's several $1 million. These are not small numbers. I highlighted the two lowest ones in green and the highest one in red. I just wanted to add some color to the chart somewhere. And anyway, but these are representative numbers. We've talked with several other people that could give discounts from normal advertised prices. I would estimate if we bought quantities like we're talking about, 10,000 people for a month, we could get at least 30, maybe 40% discounts from the numbers shown. This is just data we're using as baseline. If you have any questions on the chart, be happy to answer them.
Any questions on the chart? Oh, okay, thank you for the explanation.
So when we first came and presented to you, we talked about buying 10,000 bushel granges in a storage shed and putting commodities like corn, wheat, barley, oats, or dry beans. And what we found logistically is that you have to turn those commodities over each year. And that presents administrative problems. And so then we said, well, what about freeze-dried food? Because it lasts 40 years, 25 to 40 years. And so we came up with, we looked into the shipping containers. You can buy those shipping containers fairly reasonably. And you can put an awful lot of freeze-dried food in there. So we've kind of shifted gears a little bit.
Okay.
The original proposal was around $1 million by the time we put the commodities and put the infrastructure in. So it's gone up a little bit, but not quite as much. Larry, you have some more you want to add?
Well, we're trying to work on it. A donation type deal also. Maybe get people, especially if we get 501c3, we get people to donate towards it. And maybe we can even get some matching funds or something. And we could get some like rice and beans to add, which really stretches even your freeze-dried meals, stretches them way out. Makes, what would be a serving or two could turn into 3 or 4 when you add stuff to it.
So we went over and visited with John at Walmart. He's the store manager, and we got some good ideas from him, and Walmart's willing to help us in some form. So obviously, the easy way for us would be for you guys to fork over a couple $1 million right quick, and we'd have our problem solved.
He didn't say it's lightweight.
You took the easiest.
Seeing the smiles on all your faces, especially Lee's here, I don't think that's the reality, especially with everybody else to hand out. One thing that's interesting is that this actually, what our proposal is for every citizen in Park County. And, with there's several collapses that could occur. You could have an EMP that wipes the electrical grid out, and I guarantee you we're in deep, deep trouble. You could have an economic collapse. Biden's talking about taking the dollar cash away from us and going to digital currency. China and Russia and South Africa and Brazil are already changing the currency for the world. So if we have an economic collapse and nobody can do anything, or we have an EMP or disastrous earthquake that knocks a dam out, or whatever would happen to be, our citizens are in trouble. So we talked about it a little earlier before we come in here, and we were wondering if there would be some kind of like Larry just said, a matching fund capability. Like if you guys could say, okay, well, we'll put 2 million up, if you put 2 million up, we got before, or 500,000, you know, as the donations come in, and so we're just here to update you, let you know it's a work in progress.
Okay.
We can't find where anybody else in the whole country is doing this. My wife and I had the opportunity to go back to Omaha and watch one of our granddaughters play college lacrosse. And I noticed that there's a large Lutheran community where they're at, and almost every single Lutheran church had commodities available. Larry, you want to tell us about your dealings with the Powell Ministerial?
Yeah, I visited with the Powell Ministerial. I'm gonna visit with other ministerials around the basin, but trying to get the churches involved and even get them to get their own freeze dryers, and they can not only purchase freeze dried food, but their own people could be making and packaging it themselves. And there's several of them that's pretty interested. Some of them are already doing it on a personal level. So I think I need to talk to the rest of the churches even around the basin, see how much interest we can generate, but I think that would be a very important step.
Sure.
And our farmers market, the Cody Farmers Market goes year round, and the vegetables are just now starting to the greenhouses and stuff. And typically every vendor doesn't sell out every day. And so I'm going to talk to those folks, and there might be an opportunity to, if there people have freeze dryers and wanted to buy some of this leftover at a reduced price and freeze dry their own food, would be awesome. Yeah.
Madam Chair, Larry, have you talked to some of the area farmers and ranchers like George Farms or Thompson's or somebody to say, you know, what if there is a food shortage, you're gonna have people knocking at their doors, maybe coordinate with the actual ag producers to have an emergency way to I guess maybe sell crops at a cheap price or whatever they have. I know we're not going to need sugar beets, but you know, there are some products out there that could help feed our community for a little while, just thanks if you go right to the source.
I haven't personally approached anybody at this point, but a couple of years ago, there was a group of us got together on Hart Mountain, and we were gonna have farmers donate beans. We're gonna take a ton of beans to the Loaves and Fishes in Powell. So I stopped by to see how to do that. This is a quote: "Don't bring beans. Give us money for McDonald's gift certificates." So we have several problems here where the food, freeze-dried food, all you have to do is add water and heat and you can eat. Where like beans, you got to soak them basically overnight, and corn, some of the same stuff. And what we found out is to use corn and wheat and barley and oats, you have to run it through a dehuller to take the hull off. So it's what they call pearl barley before it cooks right. Otherwise, you have a whole bunch of hulls in your throat. So there's some of the most efficient way is this way that we've come up with so far.
Okay. Okay.
When there might be such a thing that, or we can't find anybody, other county or state or whatever is doing this. Maybe in the near future that you can say, well, let's do what Park County's doing.
It's possible, yeah.
So it's Park County that fired Liz Cheney.
Okay.
So it's possible to have happen.
Okay.
We just really appreciate you guys allowing us to share this information with you. And we truly hope that 40 years from now, somebody looks at that food storage and says, well, that was a good idea that didn't work. But we don't know if, you know, you have grandkids. If one of your grandkids is can't eat, it's not gonna be fun.
Well, you know, you're right. You're right. But I won't be around if that happens.
Well, I understand that, but the part that's interesting is a lot of people are, we have a lot of feedback in telling us that we're on the right track. And also many of those same people say we're doing it ourselves.
Mhm.
So I would suggest you, based on my very limited information, there's probably 30% of our population, 20 to 30% that have adequate food to take care of them and their families.
For a month.
We have 10 to 20% that are drug addicts and idiots and stupid and all those other kinds of adjectives that you want to describe them at. But the part that's sad is their children. Are we enabling them? Well, I got news for you. If you're down to nothing, they're not going to be able to take their drugs. But the children is where we're really, really trying to emphasize that we need to protect these people. Then with this economic stress we're under, a lot of people are using up their reserves just to stay even. So this is something we have a passion about and ask for any input and help we can get.
And it would take the pressure off on people that have food storage. If there was something else to fall back on, it might even save a life. People do stupid things when they get hungry.
Oh, yeah. Okay, well, I don't think we're, as far as I know, we're not in a position to commit to anything at this point, but appreciate the update. Interesting information on needs, what people need. That's Andres, thank you.
So when we come back and request money, what kind of a format do you need us to come to you and say, this is what we would like to see, this is where we're at? How do we do that?
I'm just one commissioner, but in my mind, it would take a little more buy-in from the people in the community to prove that they understand the need, that it makes any kind of a value to use tax dollars to do that. I mean, they need to indicate to us that they are interested in doing this and having this available themselves. And some people are going to say, no, you know, I do my family, you worry about your family. But you're right. There's a lot of people out there that don't have that mindset. Are we going to find enough support either through the ministerial or through other donors themselves to make it look like it's going to be viable? I don't think the county, in my mind, the county doesn't jump in with tax dollars to start the program when we don't even know that it's viable or certainly absolutely wanted by the public. That's just my take.
Well, I don't disagree with you. That's why I asked the question.
Right.
Chair, and that's part of what our agenda is today. Right here in our budget, we have 23 different special funding requests. Most of these are 501c3 nonprofit organizations. If you were to develop something like that, have an organization with a base, there's a form that we actually have through the clerk's office, I believe, correct, that is a special funding request. And then they would come like many of the groups on our agenda today, saying this is what our need, this is where we're at, this is what we're trying to do. And that is how, at least I look at it, and that the purse strings are only, or the you know, there's only so much money to go around, obviously. So then I'm elected to try to decide, okay, you get it, you don't, you get part of what, you know, how do you divide it all up? To me, it's not all apples and apples. I wish it were, it'd be easy. It just takes, okay, we can pony up 400,000 divided between 23 different things, and that's all they get. But that's not how it works. Some need 50,000, some only need 2,000. That's the way I see your organization, your group that you're trying to get to, and I commend you for what you're trying to do.
And we're working on it.
Yeah. But I mean, that's where I see. I appreciate the update as an individual. I'm like Dossie, I'm just one commissioner, but that's how I see it happening.
We're running a little behind on our agenda at this point, so we're going to have to keep moving. I'm sorry, guys, but
Thanks for that.
appreciate the info and the update. And if Jeff does come up with anything, we'll let you know.
Right.
Okay,
Thank you, guys.
thanks.
And Darcy.
You bet.
Were you on the air
Thanks,
this
Larry.
morning, Larry?
Pardon?
Were you on the air this morning?
I was.
Okay,
Give Rose a hard time.
good.
Okay.
Yes, please. Ready to go?
Yes,
Madam Chair,
yes.
I move to go into executive session.
Second,
Been moved for an executive session. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes.
Well, it was my daughter's cat. And then I think it was more from Adam's husky from.
Oh.
I've never been able to take out a cat on myself. Never.
No, I just still have the two cats, but we don't have a fenced yard, so he's got a point. And you know, when we were home and able to train him and the boys were home, it was fine, but as much as we travel right now. It probably would be best.
Oh, you just.
It does.
Yeah. Jamie has to come feed the horse. Anyway, what's one?
And more, but I like the Billy Phil bit.
All right, you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Oh, you made the cover.
I know. I was not aware of that either. I didn't. You should see all the pictures I got. She
Here's
did
what the
not,
cat looks like.
somebody did not ask me first. I can tell you that.
It sort of looks like you're almost strangling everything.
No, it looks
Okay.
like that.
She's snuggling.
I know.
That was a big seller, that picture I'll have, you know.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Prompt. Okay, the next thing on the commissioner's agenda is Freedom Melbourne, caring for pal animals. I lost it there for a second.
Okay.
Special funding request. So thank you. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, I am in Freedom Melbourne, which is Catherine Marine. She's one of my board members.
Uh-huh.
And we're here to ask for finances again because well, we just have quite a few animals this year, more than we've had. Even during the winter. We had like 7 or 8 dogs all winter long, and people don't adopt in the winter so much. So anyway, make a long story short, we had like 61 animals from the county this last year.
Wow.
Okay. And then, you know, we have city ones too, so whatever that is. Anyway, we tried, we do fundraising. We try things, we do, you know, whatever. We just need a little help so we can still do our job. Okay. I have 2 part-time employees. Okay. And number 3, not employed. The number 1 volunteer, maybe if you wanna call it that.
Full-time volunteer.
Yeah. So anyway, that's my story.
Well, part of that story is that Walmart used to donate food to us, and now they don't.
Oh, really?
And we have never figured it out. They won't give us an answer on why. So I don't understand it. I don't know what happens to the broken bags and whatever happens to it. Anything. We don't know. Kathy McDonald, you know who she is. She always picks it up for us. And then, you know, I call her and ask her if she has anything. Then she comes, then I come up. And she said 6 weeks, there was nothing. I don't get it. I don't know. But they don't answer us.
And she has 3 dog rescues, so she's.
Yeah, she has 3
using
dog
some too.
rescue.
We have 3 employees.
No.
Yes, Barb and Bonnie, and you. You
I'm
don't
not
get.
an employee.
You cut out the part where I was gonna say, but she works for free. All right. And we have some very loyal volunteers that come, and that's interesting what you're saying then is we've got Bonnie and we've got Barb. And that's what we've got because Elfrida works all the time, anytime. And she refuses to take anything. This Christmas, we gave those 2 a Christmas bonus. They more than deserve it. And we also gave them a $2 an hour raise. Okay, it's a lot of animals there. So we've leaped into the area of fundraising. We made these in response to so much that people are asking. And, but once you do that, you end up having to make updated ones. So it kind of just keeps rolling along. But they've worked a bit. We did, one of the fundraisers that we did is we put jars out in the markets. Okay, and the restaurants. And people in Powell are very, very generous. And they all know what and who Caring for Powell Animals is. And what we did is when we collected everybody's jelly jars, we cut up the pictures that are in here and put them. This was a newly adopted, Carol McCauley adopted Lucy.
Okay.
And then on the, we've got cats. You name it, we've got it, and we need to feed them and we need to get them. And so we got over $1,000 in the jars.
Oh, boy.
So
I only did it for 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Wow. Not to overdo it. And, you know, I don't think people really want to have this charge all year or anything. We just did it for 2 weeks, which was very nice last fall.
And then one of the ladies in Powell, an artist, she's lovely, Lisa Ketherly. I don't know if you know her or not. And she said, I've got an idea. Let's have a fundraiser. I will draw have them bring in their pet or a picture or whatever. And I will do, you know, everything from charcoal to oil. We did it. It went over a lot better than we thought. And so we ended up having to tell people that if you wanted it for a Christmas present for somebody, the oils would have to come after Christmas. But gosh, that went well. We took $1,000 off of that also. And we've had people asking, are we going to do it again? And I don't know if Lisa's recovered from the last, we had so many people down at the shelter bringing their animals. You know, and it was fun, it was good, and people appreciated it. And it worked for us. So we were able to kind of not go into the hole by doing brochures and stuff like that, because we did come up with some. And if you have any ideas for a fundraiser, we'd be happy to hear. Okay.
Okay. We're doing fine. It's okay.
Okay, I think I've said.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I know I've picked up food at Down Home Discount and brought it over a couple times. Is that food okay? I mean, he gets it at a discount price, but as far as donated food, do you still get some of that coming in?
Yes, we have some people that are regularly bringing in a bag of food. Not enough of them, but yeah, there are some people that will do that once a month.
Okay.
And that all helps. But it's always with the cats, it's more a litter and, you know, what goes with it. And of course, we spay and neuter everything. Nothing goes out for this fixed. Because we'll get it back 10 times over.
And the
We
vets,
learned that already.
the vets have a working operation with you to help get that done. Okay. Appreciate that.
The Park County Shelter uses the AARP fund to help pay for employees. Have you looked into any of that?
No.
Okay. Might be something to look into. The ARP actually pays for the employees to work at the animal shelter.
If they're over 55.
If they're over 55, so.
Who is it?
Employees.
Yeah.
I was gonna say.
Yeah.
So just an idea.
Yeah.
So maybe look.
Do you
into
have a
that.
name?
We just heard from the Park County Animal Shelter. They use that program.
You could give her a call and she could probably.
Yeah, right. I didn't know that.
We'll call them.
We'll find
Amanda,
out about it.
Amanda Munn.
We're open to suggestions.
Yeah, if it would help with your salaries and wages. Okay, anything else, questions wise, information? Okay,
Thanks for coming in.
thanks for coming in. We'll
Thanks for having us.
let you know, as you know how this works.
Yeah, we know.
Okay, appreciate that.
Thank you.
you.
Oh, okay, we'll just put them downstairs. Okay.
And we have more.
Okay.
And we will be updating it. Thank you.
Not that it's a big number. I see they requested 3,500. It says that they received 3,500 also, but they only received 3.
They got approved for 3.
Right.
Right.
But if you look at their spreadsheet, it's they're saying about 35.
Oh, okay.
How's it going, guys?
What's going on? Nothing else to do? Nothing else to do?
Park County Animal Shelter.
I need to missed a call from you last night.
Molly's got
I didn't
it.
call you back
Got
yet.
it in short, but I
Yeah,
don't
did you
know
get
if
it?
I can send it, but Molly.
I haven't listened. Did you leave voicemail? I hadn't listened to it.
Sneak anywhere in your hat. What's that? So you're disguised.
Oh, Brian Mill. Yeah. I don't know how to go. I'll look and see if I got a phone number.
You'll probably be at the table.
Until we get going. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, sure. We need another Sunday again, man.
Yeah, we'll probably get one real quick. Yeah, okay. We'll wait. Got a few minutes. Since it's a public hearing, we'll wait a few minutes. We'll wait a few minutes since it's public hearing. I don't know, expecting others, but could be, oh, some online. Okay.
We got the commissioner online.
Nice.
I need to know that in sense.
He is in attendance. No, I'm not sure that we need to have
Okay.
in a summary. Everyone's pretty much
Aware of what's going on.
what it's all about.
Okay.
You'll have to do awards night at the Collins.
Can I? How big is that?
It starts at 5:30.
What time are you done?
That's how the Abbey, the coaches are. That's pretty cool, I think.
Yeah. I thought he did, but I don't know. Okay.
Athletes are.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You see the senior prom picture on social media from Cody the other night? They had that senior citizen prom on Sunday.
Oh, no, I didn't see
Pretty
that.
cool. Lady's about this tall and she's dancing. Grayson Boudry.
Where did they have that at?
It's the same location as prom.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they just left the decorations up on Saturday night and did this Sunday afternoon, 1 to 3 or something. I don't know how many people actually came, but it was pretty cool.
You probably don't have as many takers afterwards.
Oh, I don't know. It's certainly possible. Think we're close enough. We can probably get moving. The next thing on our agenda is actually a continued public hearing on the Be There Beartooth Ranch, SUP number 245. And I think most people in the room are aware of the discussion from a couple of weeks ago. And I don't know that we have any specific questions yet. So I would just say if there's anyone else from the public that's here that has any updated information or change of information from a couple of weeks ago, if you would like to state that at this time. If you do want to speak at this time, please state your name, stand and come forward a little bit so we can all hear you and state your name for the record. If you have any questions on exactly where we're at, I know Kim has the file if we need to go back at all. Is there anyone else that wants to give any updated information?
Yep.
Okay.
My name is Austin Meisen. Good afternoon, commissioners. I'm attorney for the Huttons and Be There Beartooth Ranch. And we're concerned that this board is going to attach conditions to approving their special use permit, conditions that are based on the covenants for Lime Creek subdivision. And the board's regulations, the 2015 development standards and regulations set out in section 11 that the board has no power or obligation to interpret or enforce covenants. So any restriction related to the Hutton's use of the common ground based on the covenants would be unwarranted and without the power of the board and contrary to the board's regulations. And furthermore, the criteria for approving special use permits, there's 4 criteria there, and covenants is not one of those criteria. So if you're going to look at covenants when assessing those criteria and deciding whether to approve or deny this permit, it's basically adding in a criteria that is not part of the regulations. And lastly, it's quite uncertain whether or not these covenants even apply to the Hutton's use or their proposed use. The covenants refer to lots in the subdivision and tracts, and the tracts is the common ground. It says the lots have to be used for single family residential purposes. Well, I don't think anyone can seriously argue that restriction applies to the common ground in the subdivision. So with that in mind, we just ask this board to please approve this permit. It's for a good purpose and without any consideration of the covenants involved. And I'd welcome any questions.
Go ahead.
I guess as far as the covenants, we're not here. I don't believe I know we're not here to enforce covenants at all. I did ask the question of the applicants if they felt they could continue using, have this use continue if we approved it and not use the common ground. And that's all I ask of them at that time. And as far as the covenants not being considered or being considered, if one of our criteria is the use is in harmony and compatible with the surrounding land uses, and I'm just don't get too fired up on this. I'm just saying if in fact covenants were violated or being violated, that could be construed as not being in harmony. That's all I'm saying there. I'm not saying that they are. I'm saying that they could be considered when we're making our decision, not the enforcement thereof, but the fact that they exist.
I disagree with that, Commissioner. A covenant is not a type of land use. So the criteria in the special use permit, it says, like as you said, in harmony with surrounding land uses, and a covenant is not a type of land use. It's a promise. Covenant just means a promise, and in a land use context, it's a promise not to do something. So I guess if you're faced with the question, like, is this use in conformity with surrounding land uses, you can't really look at what's prohibited and know what's going on. And in fact, if you do look at what's going on, I mean, other people in the Lime Creek subdivision are riding horses hiking through the subdivision. So it's just, I don't think that criteria of the special use permit approval process incorporates covenants by any means. And if it did, it'd be contrary to that earlier section that says the board has no power to interpret or enforce covenants.
We can agree to disagree.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comment? Yes,
Gretchen Hutton. And maybe if I can just, I mean, I feel like everything's been said more or less, but I just do want you to understand a little time we're talking about during a given camp week. It's 2 mornings a week that they take trail rides for those that have, are ready to do so. It's about an hour, a little bit over an hour trail ride. Less than 15 minutes of that trail ride includes the roads in the common ground and a little dip down into the shaded area of the creek. So out of an entire summer, we're really not talking about that much use of time, of how much time is spent. And I don't know if that even matters to you, but I would like you to understand that. And then I think we've addressed the liability issues as well.
So along those lines, and currently, I understand completely what you're doing, what you're wanting to do. But I also understand that an SUP goes forward with the property. So it doesn't end when you guys quit. So if this is approved and for the use that you're asking for, currently you're saying this is how much it's used. But if it's approved and you, for whatever reason, sell your property, it continues with it. The next folks that move in could expand that use. So again, that it's not relevant to today's conversation, but it's something we have to think about when we're thinking about approving an SUP.
Madam Chair, you do have the option to condition an SUP that it expires upon transfer of ownership of the property. You do have other SUPs that have that.
Any other public comment? Yes.
Carrie Snyder from Ralston, and I would just like to reiterate that the common ground is privately owned ground by all of the people who own land there. And they're asking to take a major commercial business onto private lands. And when they have the option of using state lands or even BLM lands for their insurance.
Thank you.
Comment about the major.
State your name, please.
Sorry, Scott Hutton.
Okay, thank you.
You know, this comment about the major commercial impact that has. This is not a commercial impact. We've had that discussion with zoning and planning. And they deemed it non-commercial. We actually submitted subsequent breakdown of the costs and intakes for Youth for Christ. And this is, you know, this is not something that you would consider a major commercial activity. It's not commercial at all, minor or major.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Can you confirm that?
We have this classified, Madam Chair, Commissioner Teal, as a institutional use, essentially because it is a church camp.
And
so institutional use, not, we have a section in commercial. This is, yeah, we do not have this classified as a commercial use.
so, Madam Chair, how do you do, what determines the commercial use versus your institution?
I do not, I apologize. I do not have that definition in front of me.
Madam Chair, it was our understanding based on the applicant's description that this was not a commercial venture. It was not a money-making profit type activity, and that's why we put it into institutional use. If there's other information that suggests otherwise, then it would be up to the board to determine if our classification is wrong.
And one more thing, Madam Chair, Commissioner Teal, I know that commercial we have in our definition where it talks about service uses and retail uses being in commercial. This really is neither, in my opinion.
Madam Chair, because my question is, money does exchange. So where it, to me, how you interpret that rule. I mean, profit doesn't matter. You want to talk about profit? Hell, I'm nonprofit. But you know what I'm saying? So,
No, I understand. And
so it either is, it's commercial because money exchanges, or
I would, if I might, Madam Chair, so I would define, again, service or retail or other businesses. They're in the business to make money. It doesn't mean they will make money, but they're in the business to make money. And I don't believe this group is in the business to make money. They may receive, funds to offset costs, but I don't think they're in this business to generate a profit, whether or not they do.
can I read the definition of a major?
Joy, if you would just explain to the people that can't see you, the person talking is Joy Hill, our planner.
Hi, I'm just going to read how we define a major institutional use, which is what this is classified as. Any general institutional, residential, religious use, or residential school with more than 5,000 square feet of associated building space or more than 1 acre of land developed in association with the use. And so by their explanation of what they were operating, we felt that was the closest definition. We didn't feel it was commercial.
Okay, any other public comment? Yes, sir.
Mickey Case, I live just down creek.
Can you speak louder or come forward, please?
Okay, I'm Mickey Case. I live just down creek from the Hutton. My question is, and I think I heard the answer here, this SUP was going to continue with the sale of the property. Now, if you can stipulate that they can't, or if you can add stipulations, is it possible to stipulate that it cannot be that this part of the property does not go for sale with the property? And also, they're only asking for, I believe, X number of weeks. A commercial property is not going to ever come in and want to operate for 5 weeks out of the year with 3 different groups of kids. I don't understand that. I have heard people talk about this before. We're worried about opening the gate to something bigger happening. Well, if it expires, if the Huttons sell, that does not transfer. Is it, am I understanding that correct?
It is possible.
It's a possible stipulation to add to it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we can condition it on just their ownership, according to the rules that Ms. Hill just said.
And Madam Chair, one more thing, and you all probably know this, but so with an SUP, if the Huttons or if a future owner were to continue this, but if they were to expand, our regs say if there's a substantial increase, we take that as being any change in impacts. They have to come back for an amended SUP, which is the same process as this, the regular SUP.
Okay.
If we are aware of it.
Mrs. Hutton.
Gretchen Hutton. May I just say that I did appreciate when this came up with the Planning and Zoning Board. There was an appreciation expressed that we do have a number of family members that participate in this with us. And so they were respectful of that and didn't want to make that burdensome by putting that stipulation on. But I just want to say how much we did appreciate that discussion at that time.
Okay, so if I understand the comment that you just made, it may be related to your family or children taking over if you are not there. So, okay. Okay. Any other public comment? Any other public comment?
Madam Chair, I move we close the public hearing.
Second.
And moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Commissioner Stewart, I know you're muted, but if you would vote on that motion, please. Oh, he unmuted, but we didn't hear anything. I don't know if you're muted on this end.
There's a muted.
Are you there, Commissioner Stewart? Well, yeah, but would you check ours to make sure we don't have him?
Well, not.
He obviously can hear us. Yeah, he's not muted.
Huh.
Yeah,
Volume's all the way up. Okay. Okay. He didn't leave a chat or anything, so we'll see where. Okay. See where it goes.
Can you hear us now?
Try going up to me again.
That's what he's trying.
Yeah, he's trying.
Gotta love technology.
No. Okay. Yeah,
He voted aye.
Okay, he did text you. Okay. Thank you. I don't want to not acknowledge him now and acknowledge him later, so we need to make sure we do this cleanly. Okay. Commissioners.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion that we approve the Beartooth Ranch LLC SUP as presented.
Did you want to have a stipulation on it?
Nope.
I'll second that motion.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the Be There Beartooth Ranch SUP number 245 as presented. Question, discussion?
Discussion. It was mentioned earlier by the applicant that they would provide insurance for the common area, common ground. I mean, I know it was said, but it's not part of the condition. I'm just, you don't want it to be either.
No, that, and I asked some tough
It just
questions,
seems
I
to
brought
be
up some tough points, and that's part of what we do up here. What we're, if the application goes with your property, if there's issues with the common ground, any of that stuff, that is gonna turn into a civil issue with you and your neighbors. And that's not our place. I did ask some, I believe, some tough questions, some fair questions about this application. But again, my feeling, and I'm just one of 5, is this application is for the property that where you guys are operating. And if there's any issues, again, with your neighbors or whatever, that's a civil issue between you folks.
Madam Chair, also the point of, there are some other businesses, well, Airbnbs out there that are also using that common grounds. And do we want them to have insurance before they send their guests out there? And I'm sure that some of them even advertise, you can do horseback riding or ride bikes through the common ground. So I don't see where I don't see where the insurance just for that area of the common ground. I think that hopefully the Beartooth has insurance anyway. Some kind of liability insurance as well for the guests. So I think that, as Mr. stated, that we've had a lot of stipulations or a lot of discussion about stipulation, but I think this is an added one that's not necessary. Oh.
Chair, I just want to add, I agree with what you're saying. This is unique because the I believe approximately 168 acres is owned by everybody. So, I mean, it's private owned, but it's not public owned. And to me, that's a little bit of a different type of an animal here, where we're granting a special use permit on land that is not owned solely by those people. However, I'm just stating that biggest concern that I feel in the elephant in the room here.
Madam Chair, we're not the special use permit is not granted on that common ground. It's granted.
Written, is it not?
My understanding is they have the ability to access their property by using that common area.
But the applicants are applying for a property that they own.
That's my understanding.
The lots or tracks, however you want to put it, that they own.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Any further discussion?
Madam Chair, we had 4 recommended conditions.
I'm sorry, I would amend my motion to say include
with those 4,
and I'll amend my second with the staff.
Okay, would you like to read those conditions
I
into
have,
the record?
yes, I can. So number 1 was Park County noise, lighting, and other nuisance regulations shall apply. Number 2 was the applicant shall follow Wyoming Department of Game and Fish best practices for food storage in bear areas. Number 3, the applicant shall finish construction of the proposed second vaulted toilet on lot 57 prior to commencing the use. And the applicant, number 4, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County development standards and regulations.
Okay, thank you. So those conditions are now made part of the motion to approve, Commissioner Livingston? Okay.
Yes.
Is it okay?
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
If I could just confirm from planning and zoning that lots 85 and 86 of the wilderness are not part of the SUP.
I'm sorry, Ken is gonna have to read from the staff report. I don't remember.
He's going.
I'm showing it as the ownership of the SUP under the description of the SUP. In the 3rd paragraph down under ownership for lots 85 and 86, if that is not, but as described as subdivision, wilderness subdivision, is that the wilderness area common ground, or is that a separate lot? That's separate lot. Okay.
And they have a letter after them. They actually have their own numbering system. So they are independent of the lot numbers, the other lot numbers in the subdivision.
Okay,
Does that answer your question?
I think so.
Yeah, because there's 4 actual common area parcels.
Yes, right.
Correct.
Okay. Any other discussion on the motion? Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Scott, could you?
He's got an eye.
Okay.
We text you as I.
And it's the,
Can you-
it's the letter I, does that count?
That's as good as it's spelling.
That's as good as former sheriff. Give him some slack.
He's trying to be efficient.
Yeah.
So I have,
Letters.
I have 4 in favor, anyone opposed to the motion? No, motion passes. For approval. Thank you.
There you go.
Thanks.
2023-21.
Thank you, Colleen. Thank you, commissioners.
Never been in a meeting where you haven't talked before. This is something new. It's like, yeah, no, yeah, we'll get a bill. We do.
Hmm.
Excuse me.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question. Can I ask you?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I wasn't clear, is the common ground part of their education?
No,
It is not. So just their private property lots, not.
we approved the SUP on the lots that they requested it on. What happens with the common ground is up to the subdivision.
So private owner, so they can use the common ground with the school.
We're not saying they can or can't.
No,
Okay.
that's up to the
That's-
subdivision.
It's a civil issue, civil matter between you and them now.
Okay, so you didn't approve the common ground.
We can't.
Or just- And then, so my other question is, because those roads and bridges are also privately owned. Can they access those as well, or is that part of the?
I'll let our planner. Yeah.
Madam Chair, so the plat expressly states that all of the private ways in the subdivision were dedicated for the use of the landowners for access and utilities. So they have to necessarily access that common area to get to their property along with a number of other landowners in the subdivision. So that's approved for the special use. No, they already have the ability to use that space for access per the plat. For their private residences. Or whatever use was defined as part of the subdivision or the covenants. It is for the landowner's private use. So can they access those?
If they- Yeah, they own the lots, yes. They own lots in there and they have accessibility. We're not changing that.
Okay, so they can, so that is part of the SUP.
No.
No, it's not. That's between the landowners and them.
They already have legal access to their property
Gotcha.
on that, through the roads for access and utilities. And the SUP goes to is with their property, so by default, they're gonna use those roads. You know, for whatever their property is being used for.
If they need, in order to go from one property to another,
Mhm.
they utilize those roads.
Okay.
And they have the right to do so.
Okay.
Okay, and then one other question I have is, so they were going to provide liability insurance? Have they, I don't know if you can tell me or not, but.
Again, that was discussed about the common ground and we are not dealing with the common ground. We can't deal with that.
So you don't have to. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you.
Sure.
Only great area there. Is this
She said they did.
requested action, more experienced riders participate on trail rides that occur on neighborhood.
Do we know who she was?
Yeah.
Deb
Yeah.
Thomas. Deb Thomas.
Neighboring parcels, they might be using their neighbors.
Yeah.
I think Colin was in here checking up on the general.
I think so too. Yeah, I got that impression. Okay, we're close, but we're good.
Is he zooming with his phone?
Might be.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Just trying to keep the noise down on his.
Yeah, we don't need any shots in the background.
Churchy noise in the background.
We have Commissioner Scott Stewart's online with us today. He couldn't be here physically, so we're kind of playing a game because for some reason he can't unmute. So when we ask him a particular question, he's answering on Commissioner Livingston's phone. It's a little confusing, but it's working.
We think it's him.
Yeah. Yes, yeah.
High tech redneck.
It's not a public hearing.
Nope.
Okay. The next thing on our agenda is actually not a public hearing because we had closed the public hearing part. Old Faithful RV Park Site Plan Review. We had a few questions left. We had 3 questions that we left with the applicant and staff after last week's meeting. One had to do with the location of the Beery well in relation to septic and water in the proposal. The second one had to do with the setback from the river. And the third had to do with the setback requirements from the highway right of way. So I guess we're looking for answers on those 3 questions today to be able to maybe move forward, maybe not. We'll see where it goes, but that's what we're kind of looking for. So in particular, I'm not sure who wants to start, but Mr. Reed, I know you've been working on it, and do you have any answers for us on a couple of those as far as how things get measured and what your thoughts are?
Let me come up there.
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay, so in reference to the Beery well, we'll answer that first. We did measure that GPS wise. And that one is I believe it was 370 some feet to Mr. Beery's well from the edge of the septic system there. And you see I have that. And I communicated that with Mr. Beery, and he is aware of that, and the minimum setback requirement for the DEQ to a neighboring well for a public for this would be a UIC permit is 200 feet.
Okay.
So we're in excess of that.
Okay.
So that answers that first one. The setback from the right of way for the buildings, those are only 5 feet as it stands in the plan right now.
Right.
And what I did is I just looked at the regulation and I saw the piece where it said, you know, if your building is over 5,000 square feet, and so I made sure that our building was under 5,000 square feet. But it does refer to buildings in the piece, but I interpret that as to any building that's next to the right of way, that building needs to have the required setback distance if it's over 5,000 square feet. Of course, we're not. And the reason I thought about that is I said, well, what do setbacks normally, where are they normally used? They're used primarily in towns and on roads to make sure you have adequate sight distances for the vehicular traffic that run up and down those roads. And, you know, and a lot of times in those particular instances, those people, you know, if you put a house right next to the road and you back out of the house and you don't have any place to turn around, then you've got to have an adequate distance from the edge of the road to be able to get on that. Or if you have an intersection that approaches, you know, you can't be in the way, so they can't be able to look to see down it. In this case, we have a straight stretch of highway here, and we don't have any access directly from the buildings onto the highway. But we have the common approach there, so they all come into that. And so in my mind, from my reading of the rules, you could read it both ways, and I'm not going to dispute that.
Okay.
But we feel that if you look at the intent of what a setback is for and protecting site distances, traffic, we feel that it would be applied to individual buildings in this particular case, and there is no aggregating language in the regulations as it's written.
Okay.
So that's why we interpreted it that way. YDOT had our full set of the site plan, and they had all the buildings on them, and they approved that access contingent upon, of course, the site plan being approved.
Okay.
And his only question for me was really, how big a culvert are you bearing across there to carry the water? He had no questions about how close were your buildings to the site plan.
Okay.
So that's my thoughts on the setback for the roads.
Okay.
In regards to the river, the question is how was that measured? And as I mentioned, I measured basically, we measured the water's edge in July. And we measured from the edge of the water up the hillside and then over to that. So we followed the surface of the ground.
Right.
And my thinking was, the regulations again here are unclear as to what way you measure it. And so I thought, well, as long as we measure it a way that can be measured and is reasonable, then that would be one of the ways that we could measure.
Okay.
It doesn't say anything about ordinary high water mark or high water mark or any of that. So I just measured from the edge, and that's the distance I measured. You could put a tape measure on it anytime you wanted and go do that. And obviously that's going to move, but in July, the water is not certainly at its lowest, which would probably be September or October, or late August. So I think it's a reasonable amount of time that the water is going to be at that level for the longest part of the year. And the other piece to that is, here again, I'm thinking, what's the intent of the regulation? And so if you look at the language, it says to preserve open space for the rest, for to protect and to restore the riparian area. And so if you look at what riparian means, it's that vegetation that basically is in certain kinds of soils that are next to a waterway that are essentially waterlogged for a part of the year. And in this case, the sides of the river are like this. And you don't have to go very far from the edge of the river before you run out of those kind of soils and that kind of vegetation. So the riparian area in this case might range anywhere from 15 feet to 30 feet but it can vary.
Okay.
And so basically the 100 feet as we have measured it is on top of the hill and far outside of the area where the riparian vegetation exists. It protects the open space. There's still that amount of open space. Yes, you can't measure it on a piece of paper because it's not the horizontal distance, and that's the disadvantage of the way that we measured it.
Okay.
But that's our kind of point of view of how we did this. Both of these situations, the regulation is not precise. It leaves you guys room to exercise your best judgment. But so we hope that you would entertain our points of view as being reasonable and still being within the regulations as they are written.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions come to mind?
Well, I'm gonna I will push back on the way of measuring 100 feet. Sure. Just a little bit, because if in that sort of situation, if you had a 100-foot cliff next to the river, and you just measured on the surface, that would mean you could be, building right there. I personally want to fall in the measurement along a plane, from point where the buildings are going to be or development's going to be, to the river on a plane.
So.
Line of sight.
In this place, would it be in plain like? this?
Yes, that's, yeah.
Well, and I would add to that the high water mark. I have a little trouble wondering where that. I guess I understand when you measured it, you know, in July, is that the highest or?
No, it's not,
Right, and so,
but the regulations don't say high water mark.
no, but what's standard in the industry? I don't know either, but that's what I've heard. I guess is being kind of standard in the industry. When you look at a measurement like that and you're trying to make the best decision about what's possible, what can happen, what the future looks like, you go from the high water mark to back.
And I'm sure I would agree on that, because if you define what is the river, you know, what is where the river can be is the river, not the river at any one given time, but where it could be. And I also understand that the reason behind the setback is because of the riparian, and you know, that ground down there is been developed. It's not, a lot of it isn't riparian. It's pretty obvious where the riparian area begins and ends on that riverbank. So, you know, it's you know, our regulation do say, as far as this setback from streams and waterways is to the fullest practical extent, right? So, agreed.
Okay.
I guess I would have a question for the applicant as far as the setback of 100 feet. If it is reduced, what does that do to your plan?
Reduced if it was
If it's less than 100 feet. And I know if it's 5 feet less than 100 feet, it might be different than if it's 50 feet less than 100 feet.
Well, right now, our plan basically on the upper part of the park, we're about 15 feet from the edge of the hill. Is how we are right now. So if we measure at a direct angle, I didn't do that calculation to see how that would fall out. But if you measured horizontally on a flat piece of paper, then we'd have to move all the spots 15 feet back further from the edge of the hill. So we'd be 30 feet from the edge of the hill instead of 15, approximately. Obviously, it varies depending on where you are. But that would essentially eliminate 5 spots in the campground if we had to measure truly a horizontal distance. I can't answer the question at this point in time. If we measured on just a straight angle, what that would do from the ordinary high water mark. Because we really need to go out there and do some more investigation to see where that ordinary high water mark lies. I'm guessing it's probably about 15 feet from where we measured, roughly speaking. So if you add that 15 feet and then some more on top of that, we'd probably look at 15 or 20 feet.
Push back. Okay. Yeah. Been going all day. Okay, any other questions right now, applicant wise? Are we okay? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So those are the 3 questions that we left the public hearing with. So thoughts from commissioners, and Commissioner Stewart, if you have anything else, if you please text Commissioner Livingston, would be handy.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Question for staff. This being slightly different than other SUPs, I'm just trying to find it. I thought I saw it somewhere and I can't find it now. If this were to move forward and improve with conditions, what recourse do we have that says they cannot start operation until all conditions have been met and verified by the county? Or do we add that as a condition?
The conditions state when they have to be met. So it'll say this must be met prior to commencing the use, or this must be met prior to whatever. So the conditions generally.
Number 1. I know I saw it. Thank you. I found it.
Okay.
Madam Chair, that's condition 1 is reference to fire inspection.
Right, right, that's the only thing on there on 1. Right now, we show 19 conditions, which is a whole lot more than we normally ever see.
And some, Madam Chair, some of them say, like 1 through 4 say this has to be met before commencing use. However, condition 5, 6, 7, 5 and 6 do not. 7 does. Some do and some don't.
Madam Chair, you can reword them however you wish.
Yeah. And Madam Chair, number 1 actually says prior to commencement of construction of the use, so even before they're to begin construction. Yeah.
I got a question for staff. So if we approve this with the condition that the setback from the stream needs to be 100 feet from high water mark, and we say that the setback for the buildings has to be X, and the applicant determines that they can't meet that with the current design, that they have to go through the application period process again with a different design, or can they submit a modified design that falls under those conditions? You see where I'm going with this, Joy?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I would recommend if you are making those requirements that you ask the applicant to bring back a modified sketch plan so that you're not making a decision on something that you haven't seen.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
And make our decision based upon the modified sketch plans.
That be required to be another public hearing or just our information?
I would recommend that you reopen and notice that hearing because you are bringing a new plan, which could bring new facts. I don't know what that will look like. It may require realignment of the septic system. I have no idea what they would do to accommodate those requirements.
But not have to go back through planning and zoning, just here.
No, I think it would just be a public hearing with you at that point. That would
So
be
it's kind of, this is kind of a little bit wonky, because if would we deny this application and have them bring back a modified, or we can still considering this application as one application?
If you deny it, they cannot reapply for a year.
Well, that's what I'm getting at is that's, so are we rendering a decision now, or are we asking them to bring something new forward? That's where I'm getting at is if we're asking them to bring a modified plan, and we're gonna do this under another public hearing, it's almost like this application is going away.
That's a good point.
So
I don't know the answer to that. I don't have a good answer to that other than you could condition it, that they need to do that.
Commissioner.
Madam Chair, I'd like to ask the applicant and or his representative, are you confident that if this were to go forward with nothing different other than the river verification of the line of sight 100-foot setback, that your design will work moving forward, or do you wish to regroup?
We will have to go verify where the ordinary high water mark is. And so we would have to then, once we gathered that information, measured it, then we would be able to let you know whether or not the current design would work, or whether or not we would have to submit a modified design in response to that request.
Madam Chair, based on this possible requirement, say you impose both, right? The stream needs to be measured on the ordinary high water mark on a horizontal plane 100 feet, and the building setbacks from the highway, if that is what you're considering. You can ask for those modifications, again, have it brought back to you as part of a public hearing. If we do the same thing on subdivisions, lines need to be changed, it doesn't mean they have to start the process over again. I would argue that the the impacts can only be decreased by these changes. If the impacts were going to be increased by what you're asking for, I would think that would be a different situation. But what you're saying will necessarily, I would guess, decrease the impact of the use. So I don't know that it would be necessary to start over, because you're asking them to meet the criteria, which will mean elimination or reconfiguration.
I guess that's why I'm asking you whether it would actually have to be another public hearing if it is possible that the changes that they may be checking on would decrease a little bit of the use. Why would that have to go back to public hearing, which actually extends this thing out by 30 or 60 days because of notifications?
Well, the notification requirements are 14 days. So I mean, reasonably, they're gonna need time to go do what they need to do. So if you do want to reopen the hearing, we obviously need to get things to the paper, which we may be able to do this week, but probably be for next week would be the earliest notice that we can get in. So you'd be looking at 2 weeks after that. So 3 weeks.
Yeah, there's 5 Tuesdays in May, so we're looking at the 1st of June before we could get to it.
But that would give them time to read the plan as well. So my recommendation would be to have it during public hearing, just so that everything is on the record and any new information being presented is collected as part of that, but it could be that it's not necessary.
Commissioners?
I do have another question for staff on the building setback. I mean, they're saying, if we aggregate it, for every 10,000 square feet, we need to set it back an additional 20 feet.
Every 5,000.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but every 5,000 is 20 feet. So if it's 10,000, it'd be 40 feet. But I guess I'm having a little struggle with the setback when we're requiring it, and YDOT's not requiring it. You got any?
I don't know that YDOT's been approached about it specifically.
No.
When we ask YDOT, we ask them if they have legal access for the use. We didn't ask them we don't ask them for visibility setbacks, or we didn't in this case. If that's something that you wanted, you could reach out to them for their opinion. We did ask Brian Edwards for his opinion.
Then reading what Brian has provided, it sounds like YDOT is aware of it and didn't have any problem.
And maybe he did. Maybe he reached out.
That's what I'm gathering. So.
Regulations do say.
So, Madam Chair, discussion with commissioners here. Do you see a problem with, I would like to see this move forward today for them.
Yep.
I don't have a problem at all with leaving the 5 foot setback from the right of way, simply because even if you use the visual as an issue, there's still nothing to prevent putting up a major shelter belt there that could close all side off. So I don't believe that, and I interpret it. We've already agreed that rule can be written and read and interpreted how you feel, and I believe that the setback is fine. The river one, I will agree with. It needs to be measured at least in a straight line from a high water mark. If we were to approve this as is written with conditions, they're free to go. As provided they can fit everything in there. If they can't, then they have downsized at least to make it work, which isn't in violation. There's nothing in this that says if they would put 40 in here, are they in violation of their SUP instead of 41 or whatever it is? You know what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying.
So, I mean, that way it gets them moving. They can't go above and beyond anything. They have to meet all the conditions. Discussion.
Well, it's unusual that a plan comes to us that is, and this is no fault because I understand the complaint, but it isn't as complete as we're used to seeing with DEQ approvals and all those things pretty much in hand because of the nature of the proposal. This one's a little bit different and involves a whole lot of different things. Therefore, the 19 conditions, which is, like I said, way unusual for us to see. So I'm trying to sort out what in here would make a difference. I realize, I think from what I understand from Planner Hill, that if something in here doesn't fly, or we approve it with these conditions with the water setback, whatever, and DEQ says, you aren't doing this, then it has to go back through staff and things may change, then it may come back to us if something like that happens. And you guys monitor that on all of these conditions before use can commence. I guess that was a question that you had earlier, is when can use commence? How do all of these have to be met prior to use?
If the condition says that, then that is what has to be done.
Okay.
Well, let's pretend they just open their campground,
Mhm.
but we find out they didn't complete all of those conditions. Then we go after the notice of violation. That's how that goes.
Commissioners?
Just a little bit of background on this, in all actuality, if this is developed, the use is gonna be, at least the RV use is gonna be, it's gonna be relocated, but it's gonna be in a different, years ago, the RV sites were down on the river. I mean, you stepped out of the back of your RV and you were 15 feet from the river. That's being taken away. It's not the only RV site on the North Fork. There's one just right down the road. When I was a kid, they had 3 camper trailers there. Now I think there's 60 or 70 sites there. I'm not sure, but so it's not that this property was never used commercially or used for this. It's just how are we going to move forward if we decide to approve this application, make sure it's done right, or according to what's right for today.
Commissioners, we need to make a decision.
Madam Chair, I will attempt this. Madam Chair, I move to approve Old Faithful RV Park Site Plan Review. I don't have a number to give you. I'm sorry. With conditions adding number 20. There's already 19, and the 20th condition would read, trying to find where it's at, switching around, apologize. Basically stating that all conditions must be met prior to commencing use. Because they don't all say that. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, but what about the measurement of the
water level?
And redefining. You ready? You still
or not redefining, but defining.
Well, I'm gonna reword condition.
Madam Chair,
River.
13 talks about separation between the campground
13.
and the river and Jim Creek, if you want to modify that.
Modifying condition 13 to read the 100-foot separation must be measured from high water mark by line of sight. That sound right?
Is that ordinary high water mark?
Yeah, not floodplain, not ordinary. Okay.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Is that the end of the?
I don't know. I think so.
Okay. Just checking. I need a second.
Madam Chair, I'll second that if Colleen will read back that motion. Never, no. I'll second that. The point is, as you pointed out, as we're trying to do, to redo the regulations that we've run into a lot of ambiguous language in our regulation. We're going to redo that. So it's good you came in at this time, or maybe it's bad you came in at this time. But I don't want to see this keep continuing and being delayed and going back, and you've got to redo it. If you can come up with an idea that will satisfy us, and then you got a lot of stipulations that you have to go through, you may not be able to do all these. So I know some of them deal with us, some other agencies besides us. So that's one of the reasons I'd like to at least second it and see that it actually moves forward so that we can even take a better look at it.
So if this motion goes through with the conditions listed, plus the condition number 20 and the revision of condition number 13 on the high water mark, if you perceive that it's not going to work in the exact plan that you proposed to us, then that will come back through our planning office and it will be reviewed again by us, go through again. Yes.
Question. So if I make the park a little bit smaller by reducing 5 spots, if we have to do that, since it's a smaller, less impact spot, do I need to come back through or not?
I think you could send us a note and we can decide at that time. Just the change, notify us of the change.
Right.
And with it shrinking, I think she has a good point that it's not going to be more detrimental to the neighbors. It would be less.
Okay.
Is my understanding. Okay.
And Madam Chair, was number 20, all these conditions must be met prior to commencing the use?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. That's what I wrote down. So we have a motion on the floor to approve. Sure.
The plan review with conditions, adding number 20 condition would read stating all conditions must be met before commencing use, and redefining number 13 to state 100-foot separation must be measured from high water mark. Maple second.
You were paying attention.
Measured by line of sight. I mean, I don't know how you would more describe that as. You can't just measure from high water mark following the terrain.
No, it's a horizontal.
Right. Or horizontal measurement.
You can't.
It's
Whatever.
Right.
Yes.
You're the engineer. Tell us what that is.
What's the term for straight line?
straight line.
Yeah.
Horizontal. Yeah,
It's not
horizontal.
horizontal.
No, not horizontal.
Well,
No, it's not horizontal, it's line of sight. You can, on slope.
That's the word too.
I think you know what we're looking for.
Yeah,
Okay, we got that part figured out. Okay,
well, I'm just, all I was getting at is you aren't gonna look down on it from the eagle eye and say 100 feet. Here to here, it's gonna be this 100 feet this way.
As if we could cut through the ground.
Yep.
And end up where the edge of the park
Yes.
is gonna be that distance from there to the high water mark.
understood?
There's mine.
There's mine. Okay, motion on the floor. You just reheard it. It's the pleasure of the commissioners. All those in favor?
Aye. The second. It's gonna pass anyway, but just saying. Scott says approved. He actually started typing more than one
What letter?
letter.
Okay, anyone opposed? I don't know. Okay, motion passes.
2023, 22.
Thank you, Colleen.
2023.
22.
22.
Yeah, you put a cocktail down.
Thank you, commissioners.
Did I say it?
No,
you're-
I got it. I got it. I heard you.
Okay.
22.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
It's been a long process.
You bet.
Nothing on the buildings, we're out of there, 5.
But
Buildings are 5, there's no setback on buildings.
that's why we left it.
Yeah. Neighbor had the setback, that's why I was wondering. Here, on this garage had to be 100 feet back, garage.
Might depend on where the curve on the road was too, if YDOT had anything to say.
Oh, it is straight on there. But
I don't know. Okay. Okay. Well behind. Meg Nicholson, Matisse Senior Center, special funding request. If you'd like to come up, please.
there's only one that is. You didn't get here soon enough.
Yeah.
You're right.
Okay, we have a special funding request, $10,000, TC senior citizens. Okay. Go ahead.
Well, you see it, we're running a little behind in our funds. And we're having problems with Cody getting money out. I think it'll all get straightened out. We're both in a position where new directors.
Oh, okay.
I'm having to learn and they're having to learn, and so we're kind of we're learning. But if we could get some help just to between inflation with groceries and wages these days, it's. And we're limited how much the federal government will let us charge for a meal.
Sure.
We're small, we just need help,
Mhm.
please.
Has your population of users increased or changed much over the last year or two? It's staying pretty steady.
I'm thinking it's staying steady.
Okay.
We don't have any place for anybody to move in anymore.
Well, that's true too. Okay. Okay. Any questions for TT senior citizens? And like the others, if you apply for grants and stuff, you can use some of our funds as a match. Okay. Type to use. So, okay. Well, with this process, we take these under advisement, and then as we get to finalizing our budget here in the next 4 weeks or so, we will get back with you and let you know. Okay. All right. Appreciate it.
Thanks for coming by.
Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And
The next thing on our agenda is a discussion on the ARP money. And the reason that I brought that up or put that on the agenda is where we're at with the original ARPA money for COVID purposes. The other one is general funds. So this was the original $5,670,592 that we received a couple years ago that must be determined how we're going to spend it by 24 and spent by 26. Correct, Steve? We had originally said that one of the biggest uses for those funds was going to be the HVAC system. And yet we've never really put that on there. As far as overall use, we had a couple other things that we thought about, but at the time when everybody's talking about whether this money stays or goes and how it's appropriated, I think we need to appropriate this money, and the HVAC thing is the main thing that fits the COVID use in the buildings that we're looking at working on. So right now we have a balance in that account that is unappropriated, I guess, at $2,775,103.49. I don't know if we want to do all of it, but I think we need to do a significant amount of it to the HVAC system, knowing that our Public Works Department and engineers have clearly stated that that project will be over $4.5 million by the time we get done.
Madam Chair, could you give me that outstanding balance again? I don't see it
2
on the
million.
spreadsheet.
It's $2,775,103.49 that's still available that has not been appropriated to anything from the way I read the math, and I think Molly checked me. So and that would finish out at least the appropriation for the COVID ARP money. We still have the other money that we have not appropriated all of it, but
Madam Chair, are you looking for a motion to encumber
I am.
a significant amount of that?
Yes.
What do you think a significant amount would be? 2 million?
2.5.
2.5.
$2,775,000
2.5 maybe.
9 cents in there.
I think maybe 2.7 would
Oh, that's fine.
cover that portion of it. They can get the ball rolling, see what we can actually get ordered.
Leaves us.
And get in. Some of these supplies, my worry is some of these supplies might not be available for a long time. So I think if we get and start purchasing some of the items now, we can start stacking out by the time that we're all ready to start installation on them.
Well, the CMAR can come out of there too.
Yeah.
And that'll be starting in a month or two.
I'm guessing some of these projects are going to take a long, some of this equipment is going to take a long time to get in.
Is that a motion?
I'll make a motion of. Did I say 2.75?
You said 2.7, but whatever.
Let's go 2.7.
Okay.
Seconds.
Been moved and seconded to appropriate 2.7 million out of the COVID ARPA money to the HVAC system. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Commissioner Stewart, if you want to weigh in.
He said he approves that one too.
No
We just wanted
opposition.
to say aye.
Okay.
We don't want to.
Okay, motion passes.
You can ask you to vote on whether we adjourn or not.
Yeah, if he's participating for the afternoon, we have to. Okay,
Motion to adjourn, Madam Chair.
Second.
been moved and seconded to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
I'm waiting.
Okay.
I'm waiting. Commissioner Stewart voted against us.
Somebody's on the losing end.
Thanks, Scott. Okay, so Steve will put that in the list and won't totally finish it out, but it'll
Awesome.
put a big chunk out of it. Okay. We have the lagoons kind of penciled in there, but the lagoons can more likely come out of the other money, the other art money. if
We're
need
still
be.
doing.
We're still working on the MOU on that, so we'll see where it goes. But that's certainly a possibility. Okay,